Welcome, welcome. You're here at Harryverse X. Today we present to you, what if Tony Stark and Doctor Strange adopted Harry at age 5 and combined Arc Reactor magic with Mystic Arts Infinity? Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1, The Boy in the Cupboard. The charity gala was Margaret Holt's idea. Tony hadn't wanted to come to London at all. He had 3 active R&D projects, a meeting with the DoD he'd been successfully avoiding for 11 days, and a perfectly good bar at Stark Tower that didn't require transatlantic travel. But Margaret was the head of Stark Industries' European philanthropy division. She'd been asking for 18 months, and Pepper had given him the look, the one that meant the next conversation would involve words like obligation and optics. And you literally promised, Tony. So here he was. Surrey, of all places. Some kind of neighborhood outreach initiative that Margaret had dressed up in enough corporate language to make it sound like Tony's presence was strategically essential. It wasn't. He knew it wasn't. He was a prop with good hair and a name that made donors open their checkbooks. He shook hands. He smiled. He made 3 jokes that landed and 1 that didn't, and he watched the catering staff move through the crowd with the practiced indifference of someone who had attended approximately 9,000 events exactly like this one. The house was large, a perfectly ordinary suburban house belonging to a family called Dursley, who had apparently donated use of their home and garden for the afternoon in exchange for the kind of community recognition that people like Vernon Dursley collected the way other men collected stamps. Vernon himself had been at Tony's elbow for 40 minutes, red-faced and proud, explaining at considerable length how he ran a drill company, very successful, very important, Grunnings. Perhaps Tony had heard of it. Tony had not heard of it. He was halfway through his second glass of something that called itself champagne and wasn't, nodding at Vernon's continuing monologue, when he noticed the cupboard. It was under the stairs. Standard enough, most houses had storage there, coats and hoovers and boxes of things people meant to throw away. What wasn't standard was the small wooden door with the latch on the outside, and the thin line of light coming from beneath it, and the sound, barely audible beneath the garden conversation and the string quartet Margaret had hired, of something moving inside. Tony looked at Vernon. Vernon was still talking about Grunnings. Tony excused himself, set his glass on a passing tray, and walked to the cupboard. He knocked. Not loudly. Just 2 knuckles against the wood, a quiet thing, almost casual. The movement inside stopped. Hey, Tony said. I'm not going to open it unless you want me to. Just, is someone in there? Silence. Then, very small, yes. Tony crouched down. The latch was a simple sliding bolt, the kind you'd find on a garden shed. He didn't touch it. How old are you? Another pause. 5. Tony had met a lot of moments in his life that he'd later identify as turning points. The cave in Afghanistan. The first time he fired a repulsor and it worked. He would later add this one to the list, the moment a 5-year-old voice came through a cupboard door and every instinct Howard Stark had failed to beat out of him stood up straight. Are you okay in there? He asked. I'm supposed to stay quiet during the party, the voice said, with the careful tonelessness of a child repeating a rule they'd been taught to believe in. Tony's jaw tightened. He kept his voice easy. That sounds like somebody else's rule. A long pause. It is. He slid the bolt. The cupboard was roughly 4 feet by 8. There was a cot, not a bed, a cot, the folding canvas kind, pushed against the wall beneath the lowest section of the stairs, and a single bare bulb on a cord, and a cardboard box with a broken crayon and 3 picture books so worn the covers had separated from the spines. The child sitting on the cot was small, dark-haired, and wearing clothes that were clearly hand-me-downs from someone at least twice his size, a t-shirt that reached his knees and shorts belted with what appeared to be a piece of twine. He had a bruise on his forearm, fading yellow-green, and enormous green eyes behind glasses held together at the bridge with sticky tape. He looked at Tony with the careful stillness of a child who had learned not to flinch too visibly. Tony looked back at him. He didn't say anything for a moment, not because he couldn't think of anything to say but because he was doing something that people who knew him would have found surprising. He was thinking before he spoke. "What's your name?" he asked. "Harry," the boy said. Then, as if remembering the rest of it, "Harry Potter." "I'm Tony." He didn't say the last name. Something told him it wouldn't mean much, and something else told him he didn't want it to matter right now. He sat down on the floor of the hallway, in his $3,000 suit, so he was level with the boy. "Is this where you sleep, Harry?" Harry nodded. There was no complaint in it, no bid for sympathy. Just a fact, stated plainly by a 5-year-old who apparently didn't know it was supposed to be otherwise. "Do you?" Tony paused. "Recalibrated. Are those people, the Dursleys, are they your family?" "My aunt and uncle," Harry said. "And Dudley. He's my cousin. And they put you in here during parties." "I make things happen," Harry said, which was such an unexpectedly specific answer that Tony blinked. "Aunt Petunia says I'm not to be around people when I might make things happen. Last time there was a party I turned Mrs. Fig's hat blue." He said this last part with the ghost of something, not quite a smile, but the shape one might leave behind. "I didn't mean to." Tony stared at him. "You turned someone's hat blue." It went back to normal after a bit. Harry looked at his own hands, small and still in his oversized lap. "Things do that. Go strange, and then go back." Tony was quiet for a moment. Somewhere behind him, Vernon Dursley laughed loudly at someone else's joke, and the string quartet segued into something with violins, and the afternoon light came through the front window and caught the dust in the hallway and the thin line of Harry Potter's shoulders. "Would you like to come sit in the garden?" Tony asked. "With me. I'll tell them I invited you specifically." Harry looked at him with those enormous eyes, working something out. "Aunt Petunia will be cross." "I'll deal with Aunt Petunia," Tony said, and something in the way he said it, quiet and absolute, made Harry look at him a second time, as if reassessing who he was talking to. "Okay," Harry said. Margaret found Tony 40 minutes later standing at the garden wall with Harry Potter on his shoulder so the kid could see over the hedge into the neighbor's garden, where there was apparently a cat that Harry had been watching from the cupboard window for 3 days and very much wanted to see properly. "Tony," Margaret said, in the voice of someone assembling a crisis management strategy in real time. "What? Who is? This is Harry," Tony said. "Harry, this is Margaret. She organizes things." "Hello," Harry said from 6 feet up, not looking away from the cat. Margaret looked at Tony. Tony looked back at her with an expression she recognized from quarterly board meetings, the one that meant "I have already made a decision and your input is noted but will not change the outcome." She took a breath. "Tony, Mrs. Dursley has been, where is she?" "Near the catering table, she's been asking." "Great." Tony lifted Harry down from his shoulders with the practiced ease of someone who had definitely not held a child this way before but was absolutely not going to show it. "Stay here, look at the cat, I'll be back in 3 minutes." He handed Harry the phone from his pocket, the Stark phone, current prototype, with a video of a different cat already pulled up. Distraction protocol. It worked. Harry sat on the garden wall with both legs swinging and the phone in both hands, immediately absorbed. Petunia Dursley was a thin, long-necked woman with the look of someone perpetually smelling something faintly unpleasant. She found Tony before he found her, arriving at his left elbow with a tight smile and a tighter voice. "Mr. Stark," she said. "I see you've been speaking with my nephew." "I found him in a cupboard," Tony said. Not loudly. Not accusingly. Just stating it, the way you'd state a coordinate. Petunia's smile didn't waver. "He tends to wander." "The cupboard was latched from the outside," Tony said. "From the outside, Mrs. Dursley." Her eyes went flat and careful. "Harry is a very unusual child. He requires special management." "He's 5, Tony said. He requires a bedroom." Mr. Stark, she said, dropping her voice, you have no idea what that boy is. What he comes from. His parents were, I'm going to stop you there, Tony said pleasantly, because I genuinely don't care how you'd finish that sentence. I care about the bruise on his arm and the size of that cut and the fact that he told me he turned the hat blue and didn't apologize for it, which is the least wrong thing about this afternoon. He held her gaze. I'm going to need to speak with your husband. Tonight. And I'm going to need you to understand that this conversation we're having right now is the polite version. Petunia looked at him for a long moment. Something moved behind her eyes, not guilt, exactly, but an awareness of threat that was maybe close enough to function the same way. She turned and walked back toward the catering table. Tony pulled out his other phone, the personal one, and called Stephen Strange. Strange picked up on the second ring, which meant he was in the sanctum and not in surgery, because in surgery he let things go to voicemail with a level of serenity that Tony found professionally impressive and personally infuriating. I need you in London, Tony said. Good evening to you too, Strange said. His voice had that quality it always got when Tony called without preamble, dry, slightly amused, waiting for the part that justified the intrusion. Surrey, technically. I'm at a charity thing. Tony glanced back at the garden wall, where Harry was still watching the cat video with total concentration. I found a kid. A beat. You found a kid. In a cupboard. Under the stairs. Latched from the outside, Stephen. Tony used the first name when it was serious. Strange had told him not to read into it and Tony had absolutely read into it. He's 5 years old, he's got a bruise on his arm, his clothes don't fit, and he just casually mentioned that he can make things happen. As in, weird things. Spontaneous things. Silence on the line. Then, carefully, what kind of things? He turned the hat blue, Tony said. Didn't know how. Didn't try. Just did it. He paused. You know what that sounds like? Yes, Strange said. He wasn't dry anymore. I know exactly what that sounds like. Another pause, shorter. I'll be there in an hour. Take the sling ring, Tony said. Don't drive, it'll take too long. I was going to take the sling ring, Tony. I knew that. I was being thorough. Strange hung up. Tony put his phone away and walked back to the garden wall, where Harry Potter had finished the cat video and was looking at the sky with the considering expression of a child thinking about something complicated. Hey, Tony said. You hungry? Harry looked at him. I had breakfast, he said, which, given that it was now 4 in the afternoon, was not a reassuring answer. Right, Tony said. Let's get some food into you and then we're going to have a conversation with your aunt and uncle. You okay with that? Harry's expression shifted, not fear, exactly, but a bracing. The kind of set that a 5-year-old shouldn't have already perfected. Are you going to leave after? He asked. The question was quiet and completely without self-pity. Just a practical inquiry. Tony looked at him for a long moment. He thought about Howard, briefly and without sentiment, Howard who had been magnificent and terrible and present in every room except the ones that mattered. He thought about what it would have cost, one genuine answer, just once. No, he said. I'm not going to leave. Harry looked at him steadily for another second, then nodded, and slid off the garden wall, and stood on the grass of number 4 Privet Drive in his 2 big clothes, and seemed, quietly, carefully, to believe him. The conversation with Vernon Dursley was not polite. It happened in the Dursley sitting room with the door closed, Harry installed in the kitchen with a plate of sandwiches that Tony had requested directly from the caterers with a tone that implied this was non-negotiable. Vernon sat in his armchair and went through several shades of purple while Tony stood. He didn't sit, not in this house, not for this conversation, and laid out, with clinical precision, everything he had observed. Vernon blustered. He talked about gratitude, about burden, about how peculiar the boy was, how he'd been doing them a favor taking him in after Lily and James had gone and gotten themselves. here a pause, a loaded one, killed, which was the word he'd apparently decided was socially acceptable. The boy is ungrateful, Vernon said, as if this settled something. Breaks things. Strange things. Last week a pane of glass just shattered, near him, no explanation, and before that the neighbors' roses all went from red to white overnight, and Petunia says, I don't need a list of unexplained phenomena, Tony said. I need to know when the bruise on his arm happened. Vernon's face went carefully blank. He's a clumsy child. Where is he sleeping? He has a space under the, where is he sleeping, Mr. Dursley? The silence stretched. I'm going to be back here tomorrow morning, Tony said. With a family law solicitor and enough documentation to make your life very uncomfortable for a very long time. Or, he paused, let it sit, you can agree right now that Harry comes with me tonight, and I don't have to do any of that. You can't just, you have no legal standing, you're not family, you're not, I'm Tony Stark, Tony said simply. My legal standing is currently being assembled in real time. Tonight I'm asking you to do the right thing. Tomorrow morning I'll be asking a judge. He looked at Vernon steadily. Your call. Vernon Dursley, for perhaps the first time in his life, encountered a wall he couldn't bulldoze through and sat very still in front of it. Strange arrived through a portal in the back garden at 6:30, the golden light of the sling ring fading as he stepped through in his street clothes, dark trousers, grey shirt, the cloak of levitation apparently deciding tonight was not a cloak occasion, though it had definitely been in the bag he'd slung over one shoulder, because the bag moved slightly on its own once or twice, which Strange ignored with the ease of long practice. Tony met him at the back door. Strange looked at him, looked at the house, looked back at Tony. Where is he? Strange asked. Kitchen. Eating his fourth sandwich. Tony almost smiled. Kid was starving, Stephen. Strange's expression did something brief and difficult to categorize. He'd been a surgeon for over a decade before he became Sorcerer Supreme, and one of the things surgery had done, that medicine had done, in the early days before the arrogance calcified, was teach him to read bodies for information. Small signs. What the flesh knew that the voice wasn't saying. He'd done it enough to know what malnourishment looked like and what a habitual bruise looked like and what the posture of a child who'd been made to minimize themselves looked like. He walked into the kitchen. Harry Potter looked up from his fourth sandwich, considered the tall man in the doorway with the sharp eyes and the silver-threaded hair at his temples, and said, around a mouthful of something with cucumber in it, hello. Hello, Strange said. He pulled out a chair across from Harry and sat down. Not beside him, not crowding, just opposite, where Harry could look at him if he chose. I'm Stephen. I'm Harry. I know. Strange clasped his hands on the table. He had good hands, a surgeon's hands, precise even with the tremor that had persisted since the accident, the fine motor shake that had ended one career and begun another. Tony tells me you can make things happen. Harry stilled fractionally. The careful, bracing thing again. Aunt Petunia says I'm not to talk about that. Your Aunt Petunia, Strange said, with the measured calm he usually reserved for surgical pre-briefs and interdimensional negotiation, is not here. Harry looked at him. Then, slowly, he reached across the table, not toward Strange, just to the side, and looked at the salt shaker sitting near the fruit bowl, and did not touch it, and it slid 3 inches to the left. Strange watched this without any visible reaction other than a slight increase in attention. Harry watched Strange watching and seemed to be checking for something, fright, maybe, or disgust. Strange nodded, once, thoughtfully. Can you do it again? Harry slid the salt shaker back. Can you do it with something larger? Harry looked at the fruit bowl. The apples, 3 of them, rose 2 inches off their surface, hovered briefly, and came back down. His expression was pure concentration, his brow furrowed, his hands flat on the table in a way that suggested he wasn't using them but also wasn't entirely sure of that. Strange looked at Tony in the doorway. Tony looked back at him. They had known each other for 4 years, through a peculiar combination of crisis events, mutual stubbornness, and the eventual recognition that they were, functionally, infuriatingly, the two most capable people in any room they shared. Their communication had evolved accordingly. The look they exchanged across the Dursley kitchen communicated something complex in about 3 seconds. "What is this kid?" Tony's look said. "Something we haven't seen before," Strange's look answered. "And they put him in a cupboard." "Okay," Tony said, pushing off the doorframe, walking to the kitchen table, and sitting in the chair beside Harry with the easy authority of someone claiming space. "Here's what's happening. You're coming with us tonight." Harry looked at him. Then at Strange. "Both of you?" "Both of us," Strange confirmed. "Where are you going?" Harry asked. "I've got a flat in Kensington," Tony said. "Friday's there, she's an AI, she talks, you'll like her. And Stephen has a place in New York," he glanced at Strange, "but we'll sort out the geography later." Harry considered this with that same calm, practical seriousness. "What about my things?" Tony thought about the cardboard box. The broken crayon. The 3 stripped picture books. "We'll get you new things," he said, and kept his voice easy, because the sentence had more weight in it than he wanted Harry to feel right now. Harry nodded. He picked up his sandwich. He took a bite. Then, in a tone of utterly ordinary curiosity, as if asking about the weather, "Are you going to keep me?" The question hit the room like a stone into still water. Tony opened his mouth. Closed it. Tried again. The thing was, he'd come here today to shake a donor's hand and smile for photographs and be gone by 8, and here was a 5-year-old with green eyes and a busted tape pair of glasses asking him a question that was the most important question he'd been asked in years, and he had, for once, absolutely no idea how to be clever about answering it. "Yeah," he said. "We are." Strange said nothing. But his hands, resting on the table, relaxed, a small, precise movement that Tony, who had learned to read him across 4 years and a dozen crises, recognized as the equivalent of a door opening. Harry took another bite of his sandwich. "Okay," he said. The legal situation was, as predicted, complicated. Tony's solicitor, a formidably calm woman named Audrey Walsh who he paid an amount that made lesser people blanch and who had once negotiated a hostage situation by accident while filing a trademark dispute, arrived at 9 that evening and began building a temporary custody framework with the precision and warmth of someone who had seen this before and was furious about it. Vernon had not, in the end, put up a fight. Tony had expected bluster and got, instead, a man who had made a rapid private calculation and determined that the path of least resistance was the path that got Tony Stark out of his house and away from his life. He'd signed what Audrey put in front of him with the pen grip of a man signing away something that hadn't cost him anything to lose. Petunia had not come out of the bedroom. Strange spent the evening with Harry in the kitchen, which evolved naturally. Harry had finished his sandwiches and Strange, in a moment of practical problem-solving that Tony would later describe as uncharacteristically domestic, had found the makings of a proper meal in the Dursleys' well-stocked kitchen and assembled something hot and real while Harry sat on the counter and watched with focused attention. "You're not using a recipe," Harry observed. "I've made this before," Strange said. "Do you like cooking?" "I like precision." Strange moved a pan with the economy of someone who applied the same focus to everything. "Cooking is precision in service of something useful." Harry thought about this. "Like magic?" Strange paused very briefly. "Yes," he said. "Exactly like magic." "Is that what I have?" Harry asked. He was looking at his own hands again, the thing he did when he was thinking about the strange moments. "Magic?" "Something very much like it," Strange said. "Where it comes from, how it works, that's a longer conversation. But yes. What you can do is real, and it's not frightening, and it's not wrong." He looked at Harry directly. "Has anyone ever told you that?" Harry shook his head. "Then I'm telling you now," Strange said, and went back to the pan, and didn't make a production of it, which was, Tony would later observe, having listened from the doorway, exactly the right call. The Kensington flat was a Stark property, a 3-bedroom space he kept for London trips, which meant it had been refurbished twice in the past year by Stark architects to accommodate a rolling list of technological conveniences that most flats in Kensington were not structurally prepared for. Friday ran the building's systems. There was a workshop in what had been a second sitting room. There were screens everywhere, recessed into walls and barely visible until you needed them. Harry stood in the middle of it at 11 that night in a new set of pajamas that Tony had dispatched a very tired PA to purchase within the hour, and looked at everything with the expression of someone recalibrating their understanding of the possible. "Friday," Tony said, "this is Harry. He lives here now. Make the appropriate adjustments." "Hello, Harry," Friday said, warm and Irish and coming from the ceiling in a way that made Harry look up immediately. "I've adjusted the lighting in the 3rd bedroom to something less institutional. Shall I do anything else?" Harry stared at the ceiling. "You're in the ceiling." "I'm everywhere in the building," Friday said pleasantly. "Is that all right?" Harry looked at Tony. "She's an AI. Artificial intelligence. She runs things, she talks, she monitors systems." Tony had crouched down again. The floor-level thing, Harry noticed, the thing he did when he wanted to be at the same height. "She can answer questions, she can play things, she can help you if you need something and neither of us is around." "Okay. Can she hear me all the time?" "Within the building, yes. But she doesn't report back unless I ask, and I'm going to tell her right now that your conversations are private unless you choose to share them." He looked up. "Friday." Harry's private conversations remain private, Friday confirmed immediately. "His call only." Harry processed this. "What if I talk in my sleep?" Tony's mouth twitched. "Friday will have the sensitivity of a very respectful butler." "Noted," Friday said. Strange appeared from the kitchen with 3 cups, tea for himself, coffee for Tony, and hot chocolate for Harry, which he handed over with the natural ease of someone who had decided the kid needed something warm and sweet and had made it happen without discussion. Harry took the mug in both hands and looked down at it and then up at Strange with an expression that was doing something complicated around the edges, not quite ready to name itself, something tentative and almost wondering. "Do you actually want to keep me?" he asked. He wasn't asking dramatically. He was asking the way a very careful child asks a question they're not sure they're allowed to ask, quietly, like testing weight on ice. Strange set down his tea. He sat on the sofa across from Harry and leaned forward, elbows on his knees, in the way he had when something required full attention. "Yes," he said. "Why?" "Because," Strange said, "you deserve to be kept." He said it plainly, without sentimentality, the way he'd state a diagnosis. The fact of it more important than how it sounded. "And because you're clearly extraordinary, and it would be a waste to leave that in a cupboard." Harry looked at him for a long, searching moment. Then he nodded once, very small, and turned to look at Tony. Tony had his elbow on the kitchen counter and his coffee in one hand and was watching Harry with an expression that he would have denied fiercely if called out on it, soft in a way his face rarely was, the armor down in a way it was almost never down. "What he said," Tony said gruffly. "Plus the hat thing. Turning hats blue is objectively a talent." Harry made a small sound that was the first fully genuine thing Tony had heard from him all day, not the careful, measured responses, not the flinching around the edges, but something light and surprised, halfway to a laugh. He sat on the floor with his hot chocolate, and Tony sat against the counter, and Strange sat on the sofa, and outside the London night pressed its indifferent face against the windows, and in the Dursley house in Surrey a thin-necked woman was probably relieved and probably wasn't thinking about whether she should be ashamed of that, and none of that touched this room, this particular arrangement of 3 people who had no framework yet for what they were becoming. "I need to call Pepper," Tony said eventually. "She's going to either be furious or cry." "Both," Strange said. "Both," Tony agreed. He looked at Harry. "She's going to love you, by the way." Harry's brow furrowed slightly. Why? Because you're small and smart and you make things happen, Tony said. Those are her 3 favorite qualities in a person. He stood up and moved toward the bedroom, already pulling out his phone. He paused at the door. Guest beds made in the room at the end, Friday will walk you through it. Strange, you're in the middle room. I know where I'm staying, Tony, Strange said, in a tone that contained approximately 30 previous conversations about Tony assigning rooms without asking. Just checking. You're not just checking. Good night, Stephen. Good night, Strange said, and didn't sound annoyed, which meant he wasn't actually annoyed, which Tony filed away as meaningful. Harry looked between the doorway where Tony had disappeared and the man still sitting on the sofa with his cooling tea, and appeared to be deciding something. Stephen, he said, trying the name out. It sounded careful, deliberate. Yes, Strange said. Do the apples, Harry said. The ones you can do. The thing you can do, the not normal things. I know you can. You looked at mine like you already knew. Strange was quiet for a moment. Then he raised one hand, the left, steadier than the right, and made a small, precise movement, and a circle of gold and white light bloomed in the air between them, sling ring dimensions, a brief portal that showed the interior of the Sanctum Sanctorum, shelves of books, the eye of Agamotto on its stand, the red and gold of the cloak folded over a chair, and then dissolved. Harry stared at the space where it had been. Like that? Strange asked. Harry looked at his own hands. At the space. At his hands again. I want to learn how to do that, he said. I know, Strange said. Will you teach me? Strange looked at him, this small, unafraid, hungry-minded child sitting on his floor in borrowed pajamas with a mug of cooling chocolate and enough potential to make the air in the room feel different, charged, as if the atmosphere was adjusting to accommodate something coming. Yes, he said. I'll teach you everything. Outside, London hummed and glittered, indifferent to the arrangement being made inside a Kensington flat by 2 damaged, brilliant men and one boy who had, until this afternoon, been sleeping in a cupboard. Inside, Harry Potter finished his hot chocolate, and for the first time in his memory didn't listen for footsteps outside a latched door. He just slept. Chapter 2, 2 Kinds of Genius. 6 years was enough time to build something real. Tony found that out the way he found out most important things, by not planning it, by having it happen around him while he was busy doing something else, and by looking up one day and realizing that the architecture of his life had quietly rearranged itself into a shape he hadn't drafted. Harry was 11 now. He came down to the workshop at 7:15 every morning, the Malibu house, which had become the primary residence by a process of mutual gravitation that nobody had formally decided on, in whatever he'd slept in, Harry doing something architecturally ambitious, and went straight for the coffee machine before Tony could make a comment about caffeine and developing nervous systems. Tony had tried, twice, in the early years, to redirect Harry toward juice or milk or something more appropriate, and Harry had looked at him both times with the patient expression of a child who had absorbed several years of Tony Stark and was now essentially immune to the argument. Strange had given up entirely, which Tony considered a betrayal but also, privately, agreed with. The workshop was the center of the Malibu house the way the Sanctum's library was the center of Strange's New York life, the place where Harry spent the hours he wasn't in classes or training, and increasingly those boundaries had blurred, because Harry's education had never fit neatly into categories. Tony ran the science and engineering. Strange ran the mystic arts. Between them they'd found tutors for everything else, languages, history, literature, mathematics, though Harry had a habit of connecting things across disciplines that made tutors slightly nervous, as if being taught by someone who kept noticing the architecture underneath the subject. He was sitting on the workbench now, not at it, on it, cross-legged with a Stark pad balanced on one knee and a half-disassembled repulsor gauntlet in his lap, working on something with the focused quiet that Tony had come to recognize as Harry's thinking mode, distinct from his building mode and his conversation mode and the particular bright-eyed mode Tony thought of as watch this. The frequency modulation's wrong, Harry said, without looking up. Tony looked up from his own project, a new iteration of the arc reactor miniaturization problem he'd been circling for 3 months. Excuse me? The repulsor prototype. The one on the left bench. Harry still hadn't looked up. The frequency modulation in the magnetic field containment is sitting 17 points off optimal. It'll fire, but the dispersal pattern's going to be asymmetrical and you'll get a torque compensation issue on the left side of any suit wearing it. Tony put down his tools. He walked to the left bench. He picked up the prototype. He ran the diagnostic on the attached pad. 17 points off. He set it back down and returned to his project without saying anything, and Harry, who had been watching him peripherally through the whole exercise, allowed himself a small, satisfied expression that he didn't let Tony see because, despite everything, poking Tony Stark's ego still required a certain tactical finesse. Friday, Tony said. He's been right about 3 other things this morning, Friday offered helpfully. The thermal variance on the Mark 9 left boot, the calibration issue in the sonic emitter, and the fact that you left your coffee on the wrong burner and it's been scorching for 12 minutes. Tony picked up his coffee. It was terrible. He drank it anyway. When did you look at those? He asked Harry. While you were on the call with Pepper, Harry said. Around 6. You were up at 6. I was up at 5:30. Strange called. Tony glanced at the clock. 7:22. From New York. He found something in the restricted archive. A text on elemental convergence he wanted me to look at before he committed to an interpretation. Harry flipped the Stark pad around to show Tony a page of dense script, something between Sanskrit and a language Tony hadn't identified in 6 years of trying, with Harry's annotations running down the margin in a mixture of English, mathematical notation, and 3 symbols from a system the Ancient One had apparently taught Strange and Strange had taught Harry. He thinks it's describing a method for stabilizing a portal under atmospheric interference. I think it's actually a resonance theory, the stability comes secondary to the harmonic alignment. Tony looked at the page. The annotations were precise and argued well. And you told him this? He told me I was probably right and then spent 10 minutes explaining why the semantic distinction mattered anyway. Harry smiled briefly. That's how he admits I'm right. I know, Tony said. He does the same thing to me. He looked at Harry for a moment, this kid, this impossible, brilliant, ridiculous kid who had arrived in his life at 5 years old with sticky tape glasses and the careful stillness of someone bracing for impact, and who was now sitting on his workbench at 7 in the morning debating resonance theory with a Sorcerer Supreme. You eat toast. Friday supervised. I don't supervise toast, Friday said. I observed it. There's a difference. She worried, Harry said. I expressed mild concern about the structural integrity of the second slice, Friday corrected, in a tone that was absolutely worrying about toast. Tony reached past Harry's shoulder and grabbed a granola bar from the shelf behind him, tore it open, and handed it over. Harry took it without breaking eye contact with the Stark pad. They'd had this negotiation enough times that it had become wordless. Tony wasn't going to comment on Harry's eating habits if Harry wasn't going to defend them, and the granola bar was the compromise that moved the morning forward. I've been thinking, Harry said, which was the sentence Tony had learned to treat as a yellow light situation, proceed with interest, reduce speed, be prepared for the unexpected. Tony said, which was his version of go ahead. About the arc reactor. Harry set the Stark pad down. He held up the repulsor gauntlet, his own, the one Strange had quietly commissioned Tony to build for Harry's 12th birthday and which Harry had subsequently modified so extensively that Tony's original design was visible only in the basic frame geometry. The power source is elegant. The containment is brilliant. But it's still fundamentally a closed system, energy in, energy out, all mechanical. He turned the gauntlet over. What if you introduced a magical resonance layer? Not replacing anything, layering it over. The arc reactor provides the base current, the resonance layer amplifies and redirects without drawing on the mechanical systems. Tony was quiet for a moment. That's a hardware-software integration problem. It's an energy philosophy problem, Harry said. Magic and technology treat energy differently. Magic treats it as relational, connected to intent, to pattern, to meaning. Technology treats it as mechanical, force, resistance, output. But they're describing the same fundamental thing. He put the gauntlet down. If you could get them talking to each other instead of running parallel, you'd get a feedback loop you couldn't control, Tony said. Or you'd get amplification you couldn't otherwise achieve. Have you talked to Strange about this? He says the theoretical foundation is sound, Harry said. He also says attempting it practically without an established safety protocol would be, quote, magnificently idiotic. That's his way of saying he wants to try it, Tony said. That's what I told him. Harry picked up the gauntlet again, turned it over in his hands with the easy familiarity of someone who had built and redesigned it so many times it was closer to an extension of his thinking than a separate object. I could start small. Ground level test. Introduce a minor resonance frequency into an existing arc reactor circuit and see what the interaction pattern looks like. You've already started, Tony said. It wasn't a question. Harry met his eyes. The ghost of a smile. The gauntlet on the left bench. The one with the 17-point frequency variance. Tony turned around. Walked to the left bench. Picked up the prototype. Ran the diagnostic again. The 17-point variance was there, yes. But underneath it, nested inside the magnetic containment field in a pattern too precise to be accidental, was a frequency signature that Tony's instruments didn't have a category for, not electromagnetic, not acoustic, not thermal, not any of the measurable spectra. It registered as an anomaly. A structured, deliberate, repeating anomaly. He stood very still for a moment. You put a resonance layer in my prototype, he said. Last night, Harry said. While you were asleep. I put it back before you came down. And the 17-point variance is the interference pattern from the interaction, Harry said. That's the measurement artifact. The actual resonance integration is clean. He paused. The gauntlet's output capacity is up 31%. Tony put the prototype down very carefully. He turned around. He looked at his son, because that was what Harry was, had been for years, the paperwork long since done, the name long since changed, stark strange on every legal document they'd built from scratch, and he thought, not for the first time, that there was something almost frightening about how fast Harry's mind moved, not frightening in a bad way but in the way of standing too close to a very large, very complex engine and feeling the heat of it. 31%, he said. It's a rough measurement, Harry said. The instruments aren't calibrated for the resonance signature yet. Could be higher. Tony sat on the stool beside the bench and looked at Harry across the workshop in the early morning light, Malibu's coastal haze still soft outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the Pacific glittering like it didn't know it was upstaging everything. You're going to need to show this to Strange, Tony said. I know. He's going to want to spend 6 months establishing theoretical framework before he lets you near another prototype. I know, Harry said again, with the patience of someone who loved a man dearly and was also regularly frustrated by his methodology. And you're going to do it anyway, Tony said. Harry looked at him. I'm going to do both, he said. The theory and the practical. Simultaneously. He tilted his head slightly, a strange inherited gesture, the tilt of a man checking whether his argument needed more support. That's what you do. Tony didn't have an answer for that. Friday, Harry said, sliding off the workbench, can you send the diagnostic data from the modified prototype to the New York Sanctum secure server with a note that says I'm available to discuss methodology whenever Stephen has 15 minutes and a willingness to be surprised. Sending now, Friday said. Do you want me to soften the willingness to be surprised part? No, Harry said. Sending as written, Friday said, and Tony could have sworn she sounded delighted. The letter arrived at 9:47. Not digitally. Not via email or notification or any of the 17 communication channels that Friday managed. It arrived through the mail slot, the actual physical mail slot in the front door that nobody had used since Tony bought the house, delivered by an owl. An owl. Tony had been in the kitchen. He heard the slot open, heard the soft thump, came out to find Harry crouched in the hallway holding a thick cream envelope sealed with burgundy wax, staring at it with an expression Tony had to read carefully to understand. Not surprise. Not quite. Something more like recognition. What is that? Tony asked. Harry turned it over. The wax seal had an emblem, H-E-S-W, arranged around a shield design with what appeared to be a lion and a snake in active conflict. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry read, from the script on the envelope. Then, beneath it, his address, Mr. H. Potter Stark Strange, The Malibu Workshop, Malibu, California. Tony stared at it. Potter Stark Strange. They knew all three names, Harry said. The school that you're 11 years old and somehow already know about, because Strange told me about it, Harry said, carefully. Not defensively, just placing the fact. He'd known this letter was likely for 2 years, ever since Strange had sat down with him at 12 and explained the British wizarding world in careful, unsentimental terms, the school, the community, the history, the implications. Tony had been in that conversation and had spent most of it asking pointed questions about why a school for magical children was using a 19th-century castle and handwritten letters instead of anything built in the last 100 years. Strange had said, because tradition matters to them. Tony had said, tradition is just pure pressure from dead people. Harry had written that down. Strange had been very tired. Open it, Tony said. Harry slid his finger under the wax. The letter inside was on the same cream parchment, handwritten, formal, a formal acceptance to Hogwarts, which was interesting because it was framed as an acceptance rather than an invitation, as if them knowing he'd come was simply a given. The accompanying list covered school supplies, textbooks, robes, a cauldron, a wand. Harry read it twice and then handed it to Tony. Tony read it once and then called Strange. Strange picked up immediately, which meant he'd already been notified, which meant, you knew, Tony said. I knew it was coming, Strange said. His voice had a quality Tony recognized as preemptive neutrality, the thing he did when he'd already decided something but was preparing for the argument. I've been expecting it since July. The British wizarding world tracks magical children from birth. Harry's been on their register since he was a year old. Since he was, Tony stopped. They've had a file on my kid for 10 years. 11 years, Strange said. They've had a file since before he came to us. Tony breathed through this. And you're telling me now because the letter arrived now. I wasn't going to preempt it. A pause. Also because you would have found a way to do something counterproductive with the advance notice. I would have prepared. You would have sent a strongly worded communication to the headmaster, Strange said. Which would still be an option after you've read the letter, if you'd like. Tony looked at Harry, who was watching this phone call with bright, patient eyes. What do you think, he asked, addressing Harry directly, which was something he'd made a point of always doing, not over Harry's head, not in management conversations from which Harry was excluded. About going. Harry sat on the hallway floor and leaned against the wall with the letter in his hands. I think, he said carefully, that there's a whole world I'm part of that I've only seen from the outside so far. Strange has taught me a lot of the theory, but Hogwarts it's where the living tradition is. The people. The relationships. He paused. And I think whoever's running things there has plans for me that I'd rather understand from the inside than guess at from the outside. Tony looked at the phone in his hand. He said that like you, he told Strange. He's been listening to both of us for 6 years, Strange said. The tactical patience is mine. The directness is yours. The synthesis is entirely his. Harry's mouth curved. Can I talk to him? Tony handed over the phone. I want to go, Harry told Strange, without preamble. But I want us to be ready before I walk through that door. Whatever Dumbledore thinks I'm going to be when I arrive, I want to be something different. A silence from the Strange end that Tony, watching Harry's face, tried to interpret. Then, Strange said, we have approximately 4 weeks to make sure that's exactly what happens. I'll come to Malibu this weekend. I'll start on the supply list, Harry said. Some of it needs modifications. Some of the supply list is, Harry, it's a cauldron. I know what a cauldron is, Harry said pleasantly. I'm going to upgrade it. A longer silence. Tony, Strange said. Harry handed the phone back. Yeah. Tony said. Your son, Strange said, with the weighted specificity of a man distributing blame precisely, is going to upgrade a cauldron. I think that's wonderful, Tony said. Strange hung up. Strange arrived on Saturday in a portal that opened in the workshop with the easy arrogance of a man who had stopped asking for permission to use other people's floor space at least 3 years ago. He was in his sorcerer's robes, the dark tunic, the cloak hovering behind him in its attentive, watchful way, because he'd come straight from something that required them, and he carried a leather satchel that appeared to be significantly heavier than its dimensions should have allowed. Harry was already in the workshop in his training gear, dark-fitted clothes, the repulsor gauntlet on his right hand, the left hand sporting 3 of the channeling rings Strange had commissioned from a Camartage artificer 18 months ago. They were gold with inset stones that weren't any mineral Tony had been able to identify, and they helped Harry anchor his magical workings the way training wheels helped a child on a bike, not necessary forever, but useful while the deeper instincts were still developing. He wasn't wearing them out of uncertainty anymore. He was wearing them out of precision. Channeling rings let him work at finer scales than bare-handed, the same way a scalpel did more than a knife. Strange had made this clear when he first explained the shift. You don't wear them because you can't do it without. You wear them because you can do it better with. The resonance data you sent, Strange said, setting the satchel down and looking at Tony's modified prototype on the bench. Walk me through the practical methodology. I can do that, Harry said. I know you can. I want to hear how you think about it, not just what you did. This was Strange's teaching mode, not lecturing, but listening. Making Harry build the framework in language as well as action, because he'd learned early that Harry could do things intuitively that he couldn't always explain, and the explanation mattered, because a thing you could explain was a thing you could teach, refine, and defend. Harry walked him through it. The theory first, the energy philosophy argument he'd made to Tony, and then the practical steps, the frequency signature, the interference artifact, the 31% output increase. Strange listened without interrupting, which was itself a form of attention, and Tony leaned against the far wall and drank coffee and watched his kid explain a magical technological hybrid theory to the Sorcerer Supreme and thought, not for the first time, about the particular texture of pride that didn't have anywhere to put itself. When Harry finished, Strange was quiet for a moment. The theoretical foundation is sound, he said. That's your version of very good, Harry said. The methodology was reckless, Strange continued, undeterred. You're going to say that about everything I do that works before you've run a safety analysis, Harry said. Not defensively, just noting the pattern. Because the safety analysis matters, Strange said, and for just a moment his voice shifted from teacher to something more unguarded. Not because I don't trust your ability. Because the thing you're building is new, Harry. Genuinely new. And new things require more care, not less, precisely because we don't know all the ways they can go wrong. He paused. Do you understand the difference between those 2 reasons? Harry met his eyes. He was quiet for a second. Yes, he said. The first is about control. The second is about respect for the unknown. Yes, Strange said. Okay, Harry said. So teach me the safety analysis. Strange almost smiled. That's what I'm here for. They worked through the morning, Strange and Harry at the bench, Tony moving between his own projects and theirs, contributing hardware perspective when Strange's theoretical framework needed an engineering anchor, and stepping back when the magical theory went into territory he'd learned to acknowledge was outside his primary expertise. It was one of the things their 6 years had built, not a hierarchy but a genuinely functional working relationship between two people with radically different methodologies who had been forced, by Harry, to become fluent in each other's languages. At noon, Harry held the modified gauntlet and looked at Strange and said, "I want to fire it." "In a contained test environment," Strange said. "The range," Tony said, meaning the testing range 2 levels below the workshop, blast-shielded, sensor-lined, the place where Tony had tested every new iteration of every piece of hardware since he'd moved the main work to Malibu. He looked at Strange. "Want to set wards?" "I was already going to," Strange said. The test was quiet, which was unexpected. Tony had anticipated something dramatic, light or sound or some visible marker of the magical mechanical interaction. What happened instead was that Harry raised the gauntlet, found the firing intent, and released a repulsor blast that was, by every sensor in the room, 38% stronger than any previous iteration of the design, and was accompanied by a color shift at the beam's leading edge that no instrument Tony had managed to code could classify. Not blue-white like a standard repulsor. Something else. Something at the edge of the spectrum. The target, a reinforced plating slab, hit the back wall and embedded 3 inches into the blast shield. Harry lowered the gauntlet and looked at his hand. "Ha," he said. "Ha," Tony agreed. "The color," Strange said, coming forward to look at the gauntlet without touching it. "The frequency shift at the discharge, that's the resonance layer expressing through the output. The two energy types aren't just coexisting. They're communicating. They're merging," Harry said. "Merging implies a loss of distinction," Strange said. "I'd say, synthesizing. Maintaining identity while producing a combined output that neither could achieve separately." Tony looked at the embedded slab. At the gauntlet on Harry's hand. At Strange, who was studying the resonance data on the monitor with the focused absorption of someone who had just encountered something worth the full weight of his attention. "We need to document this," Tony said. "All of it. The theory, the methodology, the test data. We need to repeat it 12 more times before we document it," Strange said. "Reproducibility. I can repeat it now," Harry said. "Not today," Strange said. "Tomorrow. With a full night of rest and a documented baseline for your magical output." Harry started to argue and caught Tony's look, not a suppression, just a "he's right on this one," and stopped. "Tomorrow," he agreed. Strange looked at him. "You understand why the patience matters, don't you? Not as a limitation. As a tool." "Yes," Harry said. "I understand." He looked down at the gauntlet. "I just want to do it." "I know," Strange said, and this time he did smile, brief, genuine, the smile of a man who had once been exactly this kind of impatient and had needed someone to make the same argument to him. "So did I, at your age." "You were performing surgery at my age," Harry said. "Metaphorically," Strange said. 3 days before Diagon Alley, they had the conversation. Strange sat Harry down in the Malibu house's main room, the room with the ocean view and the books from 3 different magical traditions on the shelves alongside Tony's engineering texts and the framed blueprint of the first arc reactor, and he talked about the wizarding world not as a subject but as a landscape Harry was about to walk into. "They're going to have expectations," Strange said. "Not requests, expectations. About who you are, what you represent, how you behave." He paused. "Some of them will have been preparing for your arrival for years. The headmaster especially." "Dumbledore," Harry said. "Yes." Strange didn't hedge. "He's not a villain. I want you to understand that clearly. He's an extremely intelligent man who believes, with genuine conviction, that he knows the shape of what's necessary. He's moved people like chess pieces before, for what he believed were good reasons, and found ways to justify it to himself." He looked at Harry steadily. He will try to manage you. He can try, Harry said. Don't mistake that for dismissiveness, Strange said. He's very good at it. Good enough that you might not notice until the management is already underway. He leaned forward. The question isn't whether you can resist it. The question is whether you can see it early enough to respond rather than react. Harry nodded. This was Strange's fundamental lesson, the one that ran beneath everything else he taught: see clearly, then choose. Don't let the situation choose for you. Tony appeared from the kitchen doorway, mug in hand. He'd been listening, they both knew it, nobody commented. Can I add something? You were going to regardless, Strange said. Tony sat on the arm of the sofa, which Strange hated and Harry had inherited as a furniture habit. The wizarding world is isolated, Tony said. Deliberately, structurally isolated. They've been outside of normal human development for centuries, no industrial revolution, no technological progress, no engagement with any advancement that didn't fit through a wand. And because of that, they've got this fixed idea of how power works and who holds it and where it comes from. He looked at Harry. You're going to walk in there with 6 years of the most advanced combined training available in any tradition, a working prototype of a hybrid energy system that doesn't have a name yet, and a brain that doesn't recognize the difference between this is how we've always done it and this is wrong. And? Harry asked. And they're going to find that extremely uncomfortable, Tony said. Some of them will find it threatening. I need you to know that's their problem, not yours. He paused. Don't shrink for them. Don't explain yourself to people who are asking in bad faith. And if someone tries to tell you your way of doing things is wrong just because it isn't theirs, make them demonstrate it, Harry finished. Not argue it. Demonstrate. Tony pointed at him. That. Strange looked at Tony. Tony looked back. It was a moment of the particular, difficult-to-name thing that had developed between them over years, not similarity, because they were fundamentally, structurally different people, but something that functioned like solidarity. The recognition that they were building the same thing from different ends. He's ready, Tony said. He's been ready, Strange said. I'm in the room, Harry said. We know, they said simultaneously. Diagon Alley was reached by a portal that Strange opened in the back of the leaky cauldron, bypassing the wall-tapping routine that the barman Tom watched them perform with an expression of professional London blankness that Tony deeply respected. Harry stepped through first. He'd seen photographs, Strange had been methodical about preparation, had found images and descriptions and walked Harry through the wizarding world's geography and culture with the same care he applied to everything. But photographs hadn't prepared Harry for the noise of it, the chaotic wonderful press of it, witches in robes arguing over cauldron sizes, a man demonstrating something with a wand that made small sparks, a window full of owls that regarded the street with collective judgment, a child about Harry's age pulling at a parent's sleeve and pointing at a broom in a window display. Harry stopped in the middle of the alley and looked at all of it and felt something he hadn't expected, not superiority or detachment, but something warmer. Belonging. Not the belonging to a box that the Dursley cupboard had represented, but belonging to a world, to a community that was strange and wonderful and his, even if they didn't know him properly yet. Tony appeared at his left shoulder. Strange at his right. Wand first, Strange said. Ollivanders. The wand chose Harry in 11 seconds, which Ollivander told them was unusually fast, and was 11 inches, holly with a phoenix feather core, and Ollivander had held it after it chose Harry and looked at him with pale, luminous eyes and said, curious. Very curious. And then, when Harry asked why, the phoenix whose tail feather sits in your wand gave only one other feather. Only one. A pause. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The scar on Harry's forehead had always been there. He'd had Strange's explanation of it since he was 8, the killing curse, deflected, leaving a magical signature on his skin. He'd felt Strange's careful, thorough anger on his behalf about that story, both the curse and the aftermath, and had made his own peace with it in the particular way of someone who decides not to be defined by what was done to them. He looked at Ollivander now. I know about the brother wand, he said. Not coldly, just clearly. And the man who owned it. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. Then you know what you represent. I know what other people think I represent, Harry said. That's different. Tony, behind him, said nothing. But his hand landed briefly on Harry's shoulder, one squeeze, released, and that was enough. They were leaving Flourish and Blots, Harry with a stack of books that exceeded the school list by 11 volumes, because he'd found the advanced magical theory section and Tony had bought everything in it without being asked on the grounds that reading ahead was not a flaw, when the trouble started. A family coming the other way through the narrow bookshop entrance, pale, blonde, expensive. The father's robes had the kind of cut that communicated old money in any sartorial language. The son, Harry's age, maybe slightly older, with the particular expression of a child who had been told his whole life that he was significant, stopped and stared at Harry with something moving behind his grey eyes. Potter, the blond man said. His voice was smooth, cultured, and about 15 degrees below ambient temperature. I'd heard you'd been found. Mr. Malfoy, Strange said, from just behind Harry's left shoulder, with the specific neutrality he used when he was being maximally dangerous while appearing maximally civil. Lucius Malfoy's gaze moved to Strange and then to Tony, and something shifted in the calculation behind his eyes, recognition, recalibration. Strange, Malfoy said. I wasn't aware the Sorcerer Supreme had an interest in the boy. We're his fathers, Tony said pleasantly. So. Interest acknowledged. Malfoy looked at Harry. His expression was doing something careful, too practiced, too controlled. The wizarding world has been waiting for your return, Mr. Potter. There are many who will want to guide your path. That's very generous, Harry said. His voice was entirely pleasant and entirely unintimidated, and he looked directly at Lucius Malfoy with the calm, assessing gaze of someone who had been taught by Tony Stark to recognize a sales pitch and by Stephen Strange to see the intention underneath the words. I'll keep it in mind. A pause. Malfoy looked at him, at the books under his arm, at the gauntlet that wasn't visible but whose shape was clear under Harry's jacket sleeve, at Strange and Tony flanking him with the ease of long practice. Your son, Mr. Potter. Malfoy said to Strange, with a tone that suggested he found the construction irregular. Our son, Strange said. Just those two words. Unemphatic, absolute. The blond boy, Draco, was staring at Harry with an expression that was trying to be disdain and kept slipping into something more complex. We'll be at Hogwarts in September, Harry told Draco directly. Should be interesting. Draco blinked. Nobody, apparently, spoke to him that way, as a peer, directly, without either fawning or flinching. Yes, Draco said, and it came out differently than he'd intended. Less arch. More real. I suppose it will. Tony put his hand between Harry's shoulder blades and steered him gently toward the exit. Strange fell in beside them. Behind them, Lucius Malfoy watched them leave with the expression of a man revising a strategy he'd spent years constructing. On the street, Tony said quietly, You knew exactly what you were doing in there. Stephen taught me how to read a room, Harry said. I taught you to read it, Strange said. You wrote the response entirely yourself. Harry looked up at the Diagon Alley sky, that narrow strip of afternoon blue between the leaning rooftops, and adjusted the books under his arm and said nothing, because there wasn't anything to say. This was his world, opening up around him, strange and old and full of people who had ideas about who he was. He was going to enjoy showing them they were wrong. Ollivander said this wand has the brother core to Voldemort's, Harry said. Yes, Strange said. So in a direct wand duel, there are complications, Strange said. Which we'll address in our remaining preparation time. Fully. I just need to know if it's a problem, Harry said. It's an interesting challenge, Tony said. That's your version of, yes it's a problem but we'll fix it, Harry said. That's my version of I'm already working on it, Tony said. Harry smiled. Good. They walked back toward the leaky cauldron through the afternoon crowd of Diagon Alley, two men and a boy who was about to walk into a world that had decided his story for him before he was born, armed with 6 years of the best education two extraordinary people had managed to build, and the calm, unshakable certainty that the story had another author now. The owl carrying his acceptance letter had already been sent back with a confirmation. Harry Potter Stark Strange was going to Hogwarts. The wizarding world, whatever it thought it was ready for, wasn't. Chapter 3, The Sorting of Something New. The Hogwarts Express left at 11. Harry was on the platform at 10:40, which was Strange's influence. Tony would have arrived at 10:58 and called it efficient. Strange had spent 20 minutes the night before explaining that punctuality in a new environment communicated intentionality, not eagerness, and Tony had spent those same 20 minutes explaining that nothing communicated competence like arriving exactly on time and not a second before, and Harry had listened to both of them and set his alarm for 9. He had one trunk, a Stark-engineered case with strange spatial expansion work built into the interior, which meant it weighed 11 pounds and contained, among other things, a workshop, a library, 3 changes of Muggle clothes alongside the school robes, a secondary arc reactor power cell, and a reinforced case for the repulsor gauntlet that he'd packed last and thought about longest. Tony had wanted him to bring 2 sets of hardware. Strange had said one was appropriate for a first term. Harry had brought one and also the schematics for 4 others on a data drive the size of his thumbnail. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly as strange as advertised, the steam, the noise, the particular chaos of families moving through a space that the non-magical world would walk through without ever knowing. Harry stood for a moment just inside the barrier and took it in. Owls in cages. Cats on shoulders. A pair of red-haired twins levitating each other's luggage in what was clearly an escalating competition. A girl with bushy brown hair and a book open in one hand who was walking and reading simultaneously without apparent concern about her trajectory, which Harry mentally logged as either impressive or dangerous depending on the crowd density. Tony was on the platform. Strange was beside him. They'd both come. Harry hadn't asked them to, he'd actually expected Tony to be in the middle of something and Strange to have something interdimensional requiring attention. But they were both here, in civilian clothes, Strange without his robes for once, Tony in a jacket that probably cost more than most cars, both of them looking out at the express with the expressions of men who were being very controlled about whatever they were feeling. "You've got the modified mirror?" Tony asked. "Left breast pocket," Harry said. The communication mirror was Tony's design, a StarkTech two-way mirror that worked across the Hogwarts wards by exploiting a loophole that Strange had identified in the ward architecture's magical theory, a gap in the original runework that the castle's founders hadn't anticipated because they'd been thinking about physical intrusion rather than quantum-entangled photonic communication. Tony had been delighted. Strange had been elegant about his satisfaction. The mirror looked like an ordinary hand mirror and would, to any scanning spell, present exactly as an ordinary hand mirror. "The transit protocol for emergencies," Strange said. "Portal anchor in the trunk, keyed to the sanctum coordinates," Harry said. "Emergency phrase will dissolve the Hogwarts wards locally for 30 seconds. "I know, Stephen." "I'm not," Strange stopped. "I'm going through a checklist." "I know what you're going through," Harry said. They looked at each other. Strange had that quality he got sometimes, the stillness that wasn't detachment but the opposite, the kind of total presence that he usually reserved for the most critical moments in surgery or spell work, and Harry, who had been reading Stephen Strange since he was 5 years old, looked back at him and felt the weight of what the moment was. "I'm going to be fine," Harry said. "I know you're going to be fine," Strange said. "I taught you to be fine." "We taught you," Tony said. "We taught you," Strange amended, without argument, which Harry noted because Strange rarely yielded that kind of correction to Tony without at least 3 seconds of resistance. Harry picked up his trunk. It weighed nothing, which was the point. He looked at both of them, Tony with his hand in his jacket pocket in the way he stood when he was keeping his expression in check, Strange with his hands loose at his sides and his eyes very clear, and he thought about 5 years old and a cupboard and hot chocolate and an apple levitating 2 inches off a table. Don't reorganize the workshop while I'm gone, Harry told Tony. I reorganized it perfectly fine before you, don't touch the resonance calibration setup. It's in the way of Tony. A pause. Fine. Harry looked at Strange. The Camartage has a new student intake in October. The one you told me about, Aditi. She shows a resonance signature that matches the secondary warding method we were working on. Don't let the senior masters dismiss it as a regional technique. Strange looked at him for a moment. How long have you been holding that? About a week. I kept forgetting to say it. Harry adjusted the trunk strap. She's good. She needs a proper advocate. Noted, Strange said. Harry stepped toward the train. Then stopped and turned back because there was one thing he'd known he wanted to say and hadn't found the shape for until this moment. You both know, he said, that you're the reason I'm walking onto this train like this instead of however I'd have walked onto it otherwise. He wasn't performing the sentiment, wasn't making it formal or large. Just stating a fact, the way Strange had once stated a fact to a 5-year-old on a sofa in a Kensington flat. I just wanted to say it out loud once. Tony opened his mouth. Closed it. The armor was down, fully, in a way it only ever went down for a handful of people, and he said, roughly, yeah, well. Don't make us come up there. I'll make you come up there, Harry said. I'll give you good reasons. He grinned, Tony's grin, the one Strange occasionally accused him of having absorbed through proximity, and turned and walked up onto the Hogwarts Express. The whistle blew at 11 exactly. He found a compartment near the middle of the train, stowed his trunk, and sat by the window, and watched the platform recede, Tony's jacket in the crowd, Strange's height, until the express curved and the platform was gone and it was just the countryside opening up outside the glass. The bushy-haired girl appeared at his compartment door approximately 4 minutes later. She had the book under her arm now, Hogwarts, a history, Harry noted, and was looking into the compartment with the expression of someone who checked several others and found them unsuitable for reasons she was prepared to articulate if asked. Is anyone sitting here? She asked. Just me, Harry said. She came in, sat across from him, stowed a small bag with practiced efficiency, and opened her book. Then, 3 seconds later, looked up over the top of it. You're Harry Potter, she said, not as an exclamation but as a piece of confirmed information. Harry Stark Strange, technically, Harry said. But yes. She processed this without visible disruption. I'm Hermione Granger. I've read a great deal about you. Well, about the historical record, obviously. The defeat of you-know-who when you were a baby. She paused. Do you prefer Harry? Harry's fine. He studied her. You read it historically. Not as mythology, she said. I know some people treat it rather reverently. I find the actual documented account more interesting than the reverence. She tilted her head. Your parents are Tony Stark and Stephen Strange. Adoptive, yes. The engineer and the Sorcerer Supreme. You've done your research, Harry said. I do research on most things, she said, as if this required no defense. I didn't know much about the non-magical world before I got my Hogwarts letter, but I've spent the past year catching up. She paused again. Your gauntlet is showing at your sleeve. Harry looked down. The cuff of his sleeve had ridden up slightly, revealing the edge of the repulsor housing. He tugged it down without particular urgency. Occupational hazard. Is it always there? Most days. She looked at his sleeve with the expression she probably gave most interesting problems. Does it interact with wand magic? That's a very good question, Harry said, and meant it. The short answer is that it runs on a different energy system that I've been working on integrating with magical resonance. The longer answer would take most of the journey. We have 6 hours, Hermione said, and closed her book, which Harry understood was a significant gesture, and leaned forward. What's the long answer? He told her. Not everything, not the specific technical architecture, but the theory, the philosophy of it, the question he'd been working on since he was 9. Hermione Granger listened with the focused, relentless attention of someone for whom a new idea was like oxygen, not just absorbing it but immediately testing it, asking questions that weren't show-stopping but were genuinely probing, finding the edges of the argument. The energy-philosophy distinction, she said at one point. The relational versus the mechanical. That maps onto something in Hogwarts, a history. There's a passage about the founders' argument over what magic fundamentally is. Godric Gryffindor believed it was an expression of will. Salazar Slytherin believed it was an inherited structure, something you were born with or without, fixed. Rowena Ravenclaw believed it was a form of knowledge. And Helga Hufflepuff believed it was entirely relational, connected to the people and world around the caster. Harry looked at her. You had this book open to a page about transfiguration. I can read quickly, she said. You had that passage ready, he said. You've been thinking about it. She looked slightly caught, then decided against pretending otherwise. I've been thinking about the underlying theory since I started learning spells. Most people just learn the incantations. But the reason they work, the mechanics of it, nobody seems to want to explain properly. Strange says it's because the tradition prizes inherited knowledge over understood knowledge, Harry said. Doing it right matters more than knowing why it works. That's frustrating, Hermione said. Yes, Harry agreed. The compartment door slid open and a round-faced boy looked in with the expression of someone who'd been looking for something and wasn't sure he'd found it but was running out of options. He had a toad in one hand and dirt on his left knee and an open, anxious face that Harry immediately read as genuine, no performance, no calculation, just a person who was nervous and showing it because he didn't know how to do otherwise. Sorry, the boy said. Have you seen a toad? I've lost mine. Trevor. The toad in the boy's hand let out a sound. Oh, the boy said. There he is. He's in your hand, Harry observed. He keeps jumping back, the boy said, as if this were a known and accepted behavior. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Harry. This is Hermione. Neville's eyes went wide and carefully controlled in a way that Harry recognized, the Potter thing, the scar thing. He'd seen it in Diagon Alley multiple times and had learned to give it a moment to pass. Right, Neville said. Right. Of course. Sorry. He gripped Trevor. I'll keep looking, in case. Sit down, Harry said. If you keep wandering the train you'll lose him again. Neville looked at the compartment, then at Harry, then at Hermione who had her book open again but clearly wasn't reading it. He sat, carefully, by the door. Longbottom, Harry said. Your gran is Augusta Longbottom. Yes, Neville said, slightly wary. She testifies in front of the Wisengamot 4 times a year, Harry said. Strange keeps a record of Wisengamot proceedings. She votes independently. He looked at Neville. She's got good instincts. Neville blinked. Something in his posture shifted, not much, but the anxious brace of someone waiting for a blow eased fractionally. Yeah. She's fierce, he said. I don't always, I'm not very, you don't need to explain yourself, Harry said. Neville looked at him. Most people expect, because of my name, or my parents. I know about your parents, Harry said. Frank and Alice Longbottom. Horrors. What happened to them was, he paused, picking words carefully, one of the worst things Voldemort's people did. And it doesn't define you. What you choose to do defines you. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. Neville held Trevor, and Hermione had put the book down again, and Harry watched the countryside out the window and let the moment settle at its own pace. You said his name, Neville said quietly. Voldemort? Harry said. Yes. I always do. Most people don't. Most people are afraid of a word, Harry said. The word doesn't have power. The man did, once. I'm planning to change that. Hermione looked at him over Neville's head with an expression he couldn't fully read yet. They'd known each other 5 hours, but which seemed to contain both skepticism and something that might, if he was reading her right, be the opening movement of respect. Hogwarts arrived at night. The boats across the Black Lake, the castle on its height with every window lit, the reflected light trembling on the water. Harry had seen photographs and Strange had described it, and still the actual thing was something else. He sat in his boat beside Hermione and Neville and a red-haired boy named Ron Weasley who'd joined their compartment at hour 4 and had proceeded to challenge Harry to 3 games of wizard chess, all of which Ron had won comprehensively and cheerfully, and he looked up at the castle and felt the castle look back. That wasn't metaphor. He could feel it, a presence, massive and layered, old magic folded on old magic, the kind of accumulated intention that Strange had described as geological, the way mountains were made of everything that came before. It pressed against his awareness the way a strong hand pressed a door, not threatening but definite. Harry pressed back, gently. The castle went still for a moment. Then, in some way that wasn't sound or sensation but was something he didn't have a word for yet, it acknowledged him. Did you feel that? Hermione asked quietly. He looked at her. You felt it? Something, she said. Like being noticed. That's what it was, Harry said. Ron looked between them. Felt like cold water, he said, which was perhaps less poetic but seemed equally accurate. Neville said nothing, but his hand on the side of the boat had relaxed, and when Harry looked at him he was watching the castle with something that was, carefully and privately, close to wonder. Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall. Harry had read about her. Strange had given him a document with faculty information assembled from public records and cross-referenced with Wisingamot records and the Sorcerer Supreme's considerable knowledge of the British wizarding world, and the document had described her accurately. But the person standing before them was more vivid than any document, tall, precisely composed, robes immaculate, eyes that took in the entire group of first years with a single efficient sweep and seemed to have catalogued and filed most of the relevant information already. She explained the sorting. She sent them to wait. She returned in minutes with the expression of someone who had delivered this same speech for 30 years and meant it each time. Harry, standing in the shuffling crowd of first years, scanned the great hall as they walked in. For tables, the color-coded arrangement, hundreds of faces turning to look. The teacher's table at the front, Snape, who Strange had warned him about, dark and watchful and already looking at Harry with an expression that contained several years of something complicated. Quirrell, the defense professor, who was wearing a turban and whose magical signature, when Harry opened his awareness to it, felt wrong. Not in an obvious way. In the way a calibration error was wrong, something off at the base frequency, something doubled where there should only be one. He filed it away. And Dumbledore. Seated at the center of the teacher's table, white-bearded, half-moon spectacles, watching the first years walk in with the patient, benevolent attention of a man watching something proceed exactly as planned. His eyes found Harry at the same moment Harry found his, and there was a pause, very brief, but real, as Dumbledore encountered something in Harry's returned gaze that he hadn't expected. Harry didn't look away. Dumbledore smiled, slow and thoughtful, and Harry noted the smile and noted what it contained, not warmth, not quite, but assessment. The smile of a man recalculating. Good, Harry thought. Let him recalculate. The sorting hat was ancient, patched, and when it was placed on Harry's head it spoke directly into his mind in a voice like old paper. Well. I haven't felt anything like this in a very long time. Hello, Harry thought back. You can hear me clearly, the hat observed, sounding almost surprised. Clearly, Harry confirmed. You're a concentrated magical consciousness stored in a physical object. My father has been teaching me to interact with constructs like you for 4 years. Your father, the hat said. Which one? The Sorcerer Supreme, Harry said. Though the engineer would probably want to take it apart to understand the memory storage mechanism. The hat made a sound that Harry suspected was laughter, or whatever the hat equivalent was. "Let me see you, boy." Harry let it look. Not passively, he opened his mind with the deliberate, structured openness that Strange had taught, the kind that allowed genuine access without surrendering the core, the same technique Strange used when communicating with entities more powerful than himself. Full honesty, full presence, held by an internal architecture that remained his own. The hat was quiet for a moment. Then, remarkable. Courage, yes, not recklessness, something cleaner. Real courage. And intelligence, extraordinary. Loyal, deeply, to very specific people, the ones who've earned it. And ambition, oh yes, real ambition, the kind that knows what it wants and intends to get there. A pause. "I could put you almost anywhere." "I know," Harry said. "Where do you think I should be?" "You're asking my opinion," the hat said. "Nobody asks my opinion." "You've been watching this school for 1,000 years, Harry said. "You know more about it than anyone alive. Where does someone like me do the most good?" Another pause, longer. "Gryffindor," the hat said. "Not because it fits you most neatly, you overflow every house's definition. But because of what's coming. And because of what that house needs. It's been a long time since someone walked through that door who was exactly what they said they were." A pause. "Be that." Loudly. "Thank you," Harry said. "Gryffindor." The hat announced. The table on the left erupted. Harry stepped down from the stool, handed back the hat, and walked to the Gryffindor table, and as he walked he caught, at the teacher's table, two things: Snape's expression going through a brief, complex recalculation, and Quirrell's head turning to track him, and in that turning, for just a half-second, the wrongness in his magical signature sharpening, clarifying. Harry sat. Hermione was sorted shortly after, Gryffindor, hat barely on her head before announcing it. Neville, anxiously, then gasping, Gryffindor. Ron, immediately, Gryffindor. Harry, watching them sit, thought, good. He was going to need people who could keep up. After the feast, in the corridor outside the Great Hall, Severus Snape intercepted Harry with the smooth efficiency of a man who had been planning the interception since the boats. He was tall, black-robed, and his face had the carved quality of someone who had taught himself not to give anything away and had been doing it so long the teaching had become the face. His eyes were black and very sharp and moved over Harry with a quick, thorough assessment. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Professor Snape," Harry said. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd expected something, perhaps hesitation, perhaps a look away. He got direct eye contact and a correct form of address delivered without either deference or edge. "I teach potions," Snape said. "Among other things. I was acquainted with your biological parents." "I know," Harry said. "Lily Evans was your closest friend before Hogwarts. James Potter made your time here difficult. You've carried both of those relationships for 30 years. He paused. "I'm not either of them." A silence. Something moved behind Snape's eyes, not the hostility Harry had expected but something more complicated, the disruption of a prepared narrative. "You've been briefed," Snape said. "I do my research," Harry said. "Stephen Strange is thorough. The Sorcerer Supreme." A pause, and in it a note of something, not respect exactly, but acknowledgement. "You've been raised unusually." "Yes," Harry agreed. "That will not exempt you from the standards of this classroom," Snape said. "I'd be insulted if it did," Harry said. Another silence. Snape looked at him for a long moment, the look of a man encountering a problem he'd thought he knew and finding it had a different shape entirely. Then, without further comment, he turned and walked away, robes sweeping. Harry watched him go. Ron appeared at his elbow, watching Snape's retreating back. "What was that about?" Ron asked. "Old business," Harry said. "Nothing that's mine to carry." He looked at the staircase leading up to the dormitories. Come on. I want to see the room before the senior years claim all the beds by default. The dormitory was a circular room with 5 four-poster beds, stone walls hung with red and gold, windows overlooking the grounds. Harry took the bed by the left window, not because it was the best position, though it was, but because from it he could see both the door and the Whomping Willow in the distance, and because the Marauder's map, which Strange had located through a contact in the Ministry of Magic and had quietly arranged to slip into Harry's trunk alongside the school supplies, was going to be essential if he was right about Quirrell. He was sitting on his bed thinking about Quirrell when Hermione appeared at the dormitory door, the boys' dormitory, which she technically wasn't supposed to access, but she'd knocked and announced herself through the door and Harry had said come in and she had, with the expression of someone who found rules about dormitory access significantly less important than the thing she wanted to say. Quirrell, she said. Yes, Harry said. Ron looked between them. Neville was polishing Trevor's tank with an expression of total concentration. What about Quirrell? His magical signature is wrong, Harry said. I noticed it in the Great Hall. Something doubled at the base frequency, like a magical overlay, or a presence that's been, he paused, choosing words, integrated with his own. Like a possession, Hermione said. There's a chapter in Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, the one that goes beyond the first year's syllabus, about cases of voluntary and involuntary magical possession. The signatures present exactly like that. You've read the advanced version, Harry said. I've read everything on the list, Hermione said. And several things that weren't. Harry looked at her with the expression Tony occasionally turned on Strange when Strange said something that Tony couldn't find a flaw in. You're going to be very useful, he said, which wasn't what most people said in this situation but which Hermione, apparently, found more satisfying than the alternatives, because her chin came up and her expression shifted into something clearer. So is Voldemort actually here? Ron asked, in the voice of someone trying to sound unconcerned and not entirely managing it. Something of him, Harry said. In Quirrell. He thought about the Great Hall. Dumbledore's calculating benevolence. The stone in the vault, the Philosopher's Stone, which Strange had identified through the movement of Gringotts security protocols 6 weeks ago and which was, by every sign, now inside Hogwarts. This was already moving before we arrived. Whatever Quirrell's doing here, whoever, sent him, it's been in motion since summer. What do we do? Neville asked. He'd stopped polishing Trevor's tank. He was looking at Harry with the steady directness that occasionally surfaced through the anxiety, the thing that Harry suspected was the real Neville Longbottom, the one under the layer of people's expectations. Harry thought about Strange. See clearly, then choose. We watch, he said. We learn exactly what we're dealing with. And then, he looked at each of them, these 3 people he'd known for approximately 9 hours and who had, already, impressed him in ways he hadn't expected. We don't wait for someone else to handle it. Neville nodded. It was a small nod, like a decision settling. Ron said, Blimey, which Harry was learning functioned as Ron's all-purpose acknowledgement of significant situations. Hermione looked at Harry with that careful, probing assessment. You knew about this before you arrived. I had a hypothesis, Harry said. Quirrell confirms it. And the school? She asked. The headmaster. Harry thought about Dumbledore's eyes across the Great Hall. Recalculating. The school is the board, he said. Dumbledore is a very good player. But he thinks I'm a piece. He lay back on the 4-poster bed and looked at the canopy. He hasn't figured out yet that I'm not. Hermione said nothing for a moment. Then, the Philosopher's Stone is what they're after, isn't it? I read about it in Alchemy and the Ancient Art. Nicholas Flamel's creation. Immortality. And the resurrection of something that should have stayed dead, Harry said. The room was quiet. Outside, the Hogwarts ground stretched into the dark, the Whomping Willow just visible against the sky, and somewhere in the castle's deep structure the old magic shifted and settled, the way something large accommodates something new. Harry reached under his pillow. Pulled out the communication mirror. Tapped it twice. Tony's face appeared after 4 seconds, which meant he'd been keeping it close. Behind him Harry could see the Malibu workshop, the warm scatter of work lights, the particular organized chaos of someone's active project on the left bench. "Hey," Tony said, and his voice had the careful casualness of a man not making a thing of the fact that he'd been waiting. "Hey," Harry said. "First day update." "Yeah. Gryffindor. Quirrell is hosting something that shouldn't be here. Dumbledore has the Philosopher's Stone in the school. Snape is complicated in the way you predicted. I've got 3 people I think are worth knowing." A pause. "Also the castle acknowledged me across the lake." Tony stared at the mirror for a moment. "The castle, I'll explain later." "Right." Tony looked off-screen, presumably at Strange, who Harry couldn't see. "Update for the doctor, the castle thing. He'll know what it means." "Tell him the frequency was deliberate," Harry said. "It had intent." Strange's voice came from off-screen. "That's not supposed to be possible." "Apparently it is," Harry said. A pause. Strange appeared at the edge of the mirror's frame, looking at Harry with the expression he got when something exceeded his established model. "Tomorrow morning. 7 o'clock. I want a full account." 7 o'clock, Harry agreed. He looked at Tony. "Don't touch the resonance setup." "I wasn't going to, Tony. Good night, kid." Harry tapped the mirror. It went dark. He set it under his pillow and lay in the dark of the Gryffindor dormitory with the sounds of 4 other sleeping or nearly sleeping boys around him, and he thought about Quirrell and the wrong frequency, and the stone, and Dumbledore's recalculating smile, and the hat's parting words. "Be exactly what you say you are." Loudly. He was. He intended to remain so. The week that followed was a kind of calibration, Harry measuring the school measuring Harry, both of them finding the other more interesting than expected. His first potions class he arrived having read 6 months ahead of the syllabus, which Snape apparently found insufficient reason for praise but also insufficient grounds for the pointed attack he'd been preparing, because Harry answered every question with the precise brevity of someone who knew the information cold and wasn't performing it. When Snape asked about the Bezoar Harry gave the answer and its 3 exceptions. When Snape asked about Aconite Harry gave the answer and the 2 non-obvious applications Snape hadn't asked about. Snape had spent the rest of the class in a state of suppressed recalibration that Harry found interesting. Transfiguration with McGonagall was a different texture entirely. She was brisk, demanding, had no patience for imprecision or the performance of ability in lieu of its exercise. Harry transfigured his match into a needle in 6 seconds, which was the fastest McGonagall had recorded in 11 years, and she looked at him over her spectacles with an expression that was professionally neutral and privately delighted. Flying lessons. Madame Hooch's instruction, the school broomsticks lined up on the grass, first years arranged alongside them. Harry had not, technically, flown before. He'd also spent 18 months watching Stark Tech drone behavior, had strange foundational instruction in 3-dimensional spatial magic, and had a proprioceptive sense that years of magical and physical training had developed into something considerably beyond average. He kicked off on the first instruction and was 40 feet up before most of his class had left the ground. Draco Malfoy, who had been watching Harry since the sorting with the specific attention of someone conducting an ongoing assessment they hadn't expected to find complicated, flew up beside him. His natural comfort on a broom was evident. He'd been flying since early childhood, the ease of it bone deep. "Not bad," Draco said. "You're better," Harry said, which was true and which surprised Draco into a genuine expression for half a second before the practiced arch reasserted itself. "Obviously," Draco said. But something in the word was less cutting than he'd intended. Harry looked at him. The boy beside him on a broomstick in the October sky was carrying a lot of freight, Harry thought, the Malfoy name, his father's investment in what Harry was supposed to be, the school's existing social architecture, the particular performance of casual supremacy that had probably been installed before Draco could really have chosen it. He thought about what the hat had said. Be exactly what you say you are. I'm not interested in whatever your father told you to do about me, Harry said. Not unkindly. Just clearly. Draco's expression did something complicated. He didn't, Draco. Harry looked at him directly. I'm not your enemy. I'm also not a useful alliance. I don't need anything from your family and I don't want anything from your family. A pause. What I think is that you're probably smarter than you act and you're in the middle of a story that was written for you before you were born. Which I know something about. He looked at the castle below them. What you do with that is up to you. Draco stared at him. Below them, Madame Hooch was shouting at Neville. You're strange, Draco said, which seemed to be the most honest thing he could find. I was raised by strange people, Harry said. Come on. Neville's about to take a corner wrong. He dropped into a dive, easy, precise, showing off a little because he'd earned it, and caught the edge of the situation below before it became a problem, and behind him Draco Malfoy flew back to the ground with the expression of someone who'd gone up expecting one conversation and had come down from a different one. It was the end of the second week that Harry found the corridor. Third floor, right-hand side, end door. The Cerberus behind it, a three-headed dog the size of a small house, all of it asleep on a trapdoor that was doing an inadequate job of looking like flooring. The smell of magic from the trapdoor was dense, layered, multiple protective systems stacked on each other with the careful paranoia of someone who expected an attempt. Harry stood in the corridor for 40 seconds, reading the signatures, mapping what he could. Then he went back to the dormitory and sat on his bed and pulled out the communication mirror. Strange picked up in 2 seconds, which meant the Sanctum's alert system had flagged Harry's communication request as priority. You found something. Third floor corridor, Harry said. The stone is underneath it. There's a Cerberus as the outer layer and at least 4 more protective systems below that. I can read the signatures of most of them. I need you to help me identify the one that feels like a modified version of the binding ritual from the Book of the Vishanti. A pause. That's not supposed to be in a school, Strange said. A lot of things in this school aren't supposed to be here, Harry said. Another pause, this one with a different quality. Who built the system? Multiple signatures, Harry said. The outer layer is definitely Dumbledore's work. The binding ritual one feels older, like it was sourced rather than created. There are at least 2 others I can't identify by signature yet, one feels like it involves plant-based magic and one feels like chess. Chess, Strange said. Moving pieces, Harry said. Enchanted. That's transfiguration work, Strange said. Life imbuement at a significant scale. McGonagall, probably. He was quiet. Harry. You're not going down there. I know, Harry said. Strange paused. You know. I'm not going down there yet, Harry said. I'm mapping it. There's a timeline here. Quirrell's presence means whoever sent him has an agent in place. But they don't have the stone. So the timeline depends on when Quirrell decides to act. He looked at the mirror. I want to understand the whole board before anyone moves. Strange was quiet for a moment that felt different from his usual thinking silences. Then, you were paying attention, he said. You never stopped teaching, Harry said. A pause. Tony needs to hear this. Send him the summary, Harry said. I'll call tomorrow morning. Tell him it includes a giant 3-headed dog and he'll definitely pick up immediately. Strange made a sound. Good night, Harry. Good night, Stephen. Harry put the mirror down and pulled out his notes, the resonance data, the signature map, the timeline he was building. Outside the dormitory windows the October sky was cold and clear, stars running sharp and indifferent over the castle that had pressed its ancient attention against him across the black lake and seemed, night by night, to be deciding what it thought of him. Harry didn't mind the scrutiny. He was doing his own. Chapter 4, The Board Adjusts. November in Scotland arrived like an argument, cold, persistent, and not interested in being reasonable about it. Harry had been watching Quirrell for 6 weeks. The watching was quiet work, the kind Strange had taught him on long afternoons in the sanctum when the lesson was patience rather than technique, how to observe without telegraphing observation, how to track a subject across multiple contexts without ever being the person in the room who was obviously paying attention. Quirrell, for his part, was not a skilled deceiver. He was a frightened one, which was worse, because frightened people were erratic and erratic people were harder to predict than calculated ones. The stutter was performed. Harry had established that by the 3rd day. Real stutterers had consistent patterns, the sounds that caught, the rhythm of the impediment, and Quirrell's stutter appeared at convenient moments and dissolved in others, most notably during moments when he was genuinely distressed about something else. Fear apparently crowded out the performance. Harry had watched it happen 4 times in defense against the dark arts, which was ironic in a way that felt pointed. The turban concealed something. Harry had gotten close enough twice to feel the wrongness of it, the doubled signature, the presence within presence that Hermione had cross-referenced to the possession literature and which Harry had subsequently mapped with the channeling rings during a defense lesson when he'd stationed himself 2 desks from Quirrell and spent 40 minutes running a diagnostic that looked, to any observer, like a student taking unusually careful notes. The secondary presence was deteriorated. That was the key piece. Whatever Voldemort had been reduced to, and Strange had given Harry the theoretical framework for how a soul fragment survived the backlash of a failed killing curse, it wasn't at full capacity. It needed something. The stone. The elixir of life. A physical restoration process that required more than Quirrell's borrowed body could provide. Which meant Quirrell was, himself, running out of time. He'll move before Christmas, Harry told Hermione and Neville one evening in the corner of the library that had become their unofficial operational base, a round table behind the restricted section's outer shelves, far enough from the librarian's desk that their conversations weren't audible but close enough to the restricted books that Harry had, over 6 weeks, developed a working familiarity with the Madame Pance's access schedule. Hermione had a map of the 3rd-floor corridor system drawn on parchment, cross-referenced with notes in 3 colors. How do you know before Christmas specifically? Because whatever Voldemort has left requires a host body to maintain it and Quirrell's physiological stability has been declining since September, Harry said. Watch him at meals. He's eating less each week, sleeping badly, losing motor precision in his right hand. The possession is consuming him. The longer Voldemort waits, the weaker the access. Neville looked up from his herbology notes. He'd been sitting with them every evening for 3 weeks now, and his initial nervousness had steadily resolved into a kind of functional calm, the calm of someone who had decided, without making a production of it, that he was in. So he needs to go for the stone before Quirrell degrades too much. Before Quirrell degrades and before the opportunity closes, Harry said. Dumbledore travels. He'll leave the castle at some point, probably in response to something engineered to pull him away. That's the window. You think Voldemort will manufacture the opportunity, Hermione said. He's been doing it all term, Harry said. The troll on Halloween wasn't random. The troll. Harry had handled the troll on Halloween in a way that had already passed into Hogwarts legend, which was unfortunate from a staying inconspicuous perspective, but which had been genuinely non-negotiable given the alternative. A 12-foot mountain troll in the girls' bathroom, Hermione trapped inside. It had taken Harry approximately 45 seconds, a repulsor burst that collapsed the ceiling section above the troll's head in a controlled debris fall that Hermione had later pointed out was precisely calculated to incapacitate without structural damage to the building, and a binding spell from the Camartage third form syllabus that pinned the troll to the rubble pile in a configuration that required no further attention. McGonagall had arrived to find a troll secured, 2 students unharmed, and Harry standing in the bathroom doorway with the expression of someone who had completed a task and was now ready for the next one. That was, McGonagall had started. It needed handling, Harry had said. She'd given him 50 points for Gryffindor and looked at him for a long, calculating moment that reminded him of Dumbledore and wasn't quite the same thing, where Dumbledore calculated strategy, McGonagall was calculating something else. Character, maybe. What he was made of. He didn't mind that kind of scrutiny. The troll, Harry had told Hermione and Neville afterward, hadn't broken free by accident. The dungeon door it had entered through had been unlocked from the inside. The locking charm was Quirrell's signature. So. A diversion on Halloween, testing the school's response. Mapping the castle's reaction time. Understanding the window. He's done 2 dry runs, Harry said now, in the library corner. Halloween was one. The thing with the staircase in October was the other, the one everyone thought was poltergeist activity. Peeves didn't do it. Ron said from behind his copy of Quidditch Through the Ages. He'd been nominally doing Charm's homework but had been listening for at least 10 minutes, which Harry had noted and not commented on because Ron's information absorption was better when he thought it was incidental. Peeves was in the astronomy tower arguing with Filch all evening, Hermione said. I checked the staff incident log. A pause. I'm not supposed to have access to the staff incident log. How did you get it? Neville asked. I asked Professor Flitwick a very specific question about Hogwarts administrative procedure and he answered more thoroughly than he realized, Hermione said, in the tone of someone describing a perfectly ordinary research method. Harry looked at her with the expression he'd been using on her increasingly often, the one that meant you continue to exceed projections. The access point to the Stones chamber from the 3rd floor corridor, he said. I need to understand the full sequence. All 7 layers. I've identified 5, Hermione said. She pulled out a second sheet of parchment. The Cerberus is the entrance layer, musical. There's a Devil's Snare installation below it, which is Professor Sprout's work. Then an enchanted key challenge, which feels like Flitwick's style. The giant chess set, McGonagall, Harry confirmed. Then a logic puzzle involving potions, Hermione continued. That one I haven't fully mapped. And the 6th layer has a mirror. Harry went still. A mirror. The erased mirror, Hermione said. I found the reference in magical artifacts of the 17th century. It shows you what you most desire. Dumbledore's modified it, the standard use shows desire, but there's a secondary enchantment that stores the stone inside it and delivers it only to someone who wants to find the stone but not use it. Harry was quiet for a moment. That's genuinely elegant, he said. It's very elegant, Hermione agreed. It's also the final line of defense, which means Dumbledore doesn't think anyone who gets that far would be seeking the stone for themselves. He's designed it to catch Voldemort specifically, Harry said. Because Voldemort wants to use it, not just find it. The mirror would show him the stone but never deliver it. Yes, Hermione said. And the 7th layer? Hermione hesitated. I think that's Dumbledore himself. A failsafe that triggers if everything else fails. Harry sat back. He looked at the library ceiling, the high stone vaulting, the floating candles, the layered quiet of a space that had absorbed 600 years of thinking. The whole construction is aimed at one person, he said. Voldemort. Every layer is designed around Voldemort's specific abilities and desires. He paused. It won't stop Quirrell. Hermione frowned. Why not? Because Quirrell isn't acting for himself, Harry said. He's acting as a vessel. His desires are suppressed, overridden. The mirror won't read him cleanly. And whoever designed the key challenge underestimated someone with basic transfiguration skills. He tapped the parchment. This whole structure has one assumption at its foundation, that the person attacking it wants the stone for personal gain. Quirrell doesn't. Voldemort is directing him. The desire structure is distributed. Hermione looked at him. Then at the parchment. Then back at him. So the cleverest protection system in Britain has a structural vulnerability because it was built around a model of the attacker that doesn't account for possession. Correct, Harry said. A pause. We need to tell Dumbledore, Neville said. Silence. We need to tell him, Neville said again, looking at Harry with the steady directness that kept appearing through the layers of careful uncertainty. I know you don't trust him completely. But this is his school and his stone, and if Quirrell goes for it, Dumbledore already knows about Quirrell, Harry said. Another silence, different texture. He knows, Hermione said slowly. He's known since at least October, Harry said. The troll incident. He was in the castle, Hermione. There's no world in which a mountain troll gets into the dungeons of Hogwarts without the headmaster being aware within minutes. And yet his first action was to send students back to their dormitories, not to address the point of entry or the open dungeon door. He looked at her. He knows Quirrell is compromised. He's letting it play out. Why? Ron said, from behind the Quidditch book. Because he needs to know what Voldemort knows, Harry said. Where he is, how functional he is, what resources he has. Quirrell is a controlled variable. An information channel. He paused. And possibly because he needs something specific to happen, something that requires Voldemort to make an attempt. Something involving you, Hermione said. Harry said nothing for a moment. Then, the prophecy says neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore needs them in the same room eventually. He kept his voice even. It wasn't a distressing thought, it was an operational fact, something to plan around rather than react to. Strange had taught him that. Acknowledge what is. Then decide what to do with it. He needs me to be the one who faces Voldemort. He's been designing that encounter for 10 years. The library corner was quiet. The floating candles shifted in some draft from the castle's deeper architecture. He's going to be very surprised, Ron said, when you don't behave like he planned. Yes, Harry said. He is. The mirror call at 6:45 the next morning lasted 47 minutes. Strange listened to everything without interrupting, which was his version of maximum attention. Tony interrupted 7 times, all of which were questions that needed asking. Together they covered the structural analysis of the stone's protection system, the Quirrell timeline, the possession methodology, and Harry's assessment of Dumbledore's strategy. When Harry finished, there was a brief silence. The possession deterioration timeline, Strange said. You put it at before Christmas. I'd push that to mid-December. The physiological indicators you described suggest the process has been underway since summer, 6 months at minimum. At 6 months of involuntary cohabitation, the host body begins systemic deterioration that accelerates nonlinearly. A pause. He'll move in the next 3 to 4 weeks. That matches my estimate, Harry said. You're not going down there alone, Tony said. I wasn't planning to, Harry said. Harry, Tony. Harry held the mirror steadily. I have 3 people with me who can handle themselves. I have the gauntlet. I have the channeling rings. I have 6 years of your combined training and the element of surprise. He paused. I also have the option of letting Quirrell get to the mirror and watching Voldemort's plan collapse on its own design flaw, but I think we agree that gambling on architectural assumptions is not the move. Tony stared at him through the mirror. When did you get this calm about this stuff? I've always been this calm, Harry said. You've always been not calm about it on my behalf. Tony opened his mouth. Closed it. He's right, Strange said, from off-screen. I know he's right, Tony said. I don't have to like it. No, Strange said. You don't. Harry looked at Tony's face in the mirror, the controlled expression, the effort of being the person who trusted instead of the person who intervened, and felt something he didn't try to name, something warm and specific, the weight of being someone that someone else was frightened for. I'll call you before I move, Harry said. I'll call you after. I want you on standby to come through the emergency portal if anything goes structurally wrong with the castle. Already planned, Strange said. Obviously, Tony said. Good, Harry said. I'm going to Transfiguration. McGonagall is demonstrating human-to-animal transformation and I think she's been saving it specifically because she knew I'd been looking forward to it. A pause. You could tell. Tony said. She smiled at me after last week's class, Harry said. She doesn't smile at people when she's about to disappoint them. He tapped the mirror closed and slid it into his pocket and walked to Transfiguration feeling the particular clarity that came before a complicated task, not tension exactly, more like the quality of air before a very important measurement, everything precise and still and ready. McGonagall's human-to-animal demonstration was exactly as impressive as Harry had anticipated, the transformation precise and total, the cat sitting on the desk in front of the class, the swift resolving back to a person, the classroom's collective exhale. She looked at Harry during the exhale. Mr. Potter Stark Strange, she said, with the tone of someone choosing a student for a reason. The essential principle of animagus transformation, not the process, the principle. Identity persistence through form change, Harry said. The caster's consciousness doesn't transform. It translates. The form adapts but the self remains, which is why forced transformation without the caster's willing participation can't create a true animagus state, only an approximate one. He paused. It's similar in principle to the way a magical consciousness can persist in a non-biological object. The identity is the anchor, not the vessel. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. Where did you study this? Stephen Strange has a sanctum full of texts that don't appear in standard curricula, Harry said. Clearly, McGonagall said, and returned to the class, and Harry caught in her profile the thing he'd been watching for, not just the professional assessment but something else, something more personal. She was watching him the way people watched something they were privately relieved about. As if his presence here was answering a question she'd been carrying. He filed it alongside everything else. Quirrell moved on the 14th of December. Harry knew it was happening before the alarm, if there was an alarm, and there wasn't, because nobody in the castle except Harry and his three knew to look for the specific signature of a possessed defense professor moving through the third-floor corridor at 2 in the morning. He'd set a monitoring charm at the corridor entrance 3 weeks ago. A strange developed technique, a passive resonance marker that triggered a specific pressure on the channeling rings when crossed by a magical signature matching a set of parameters Harry had mapped. It woke him at 1:58 with the particular certainty of something working as designed. Harry was out of bed in 20 seconds. Dressed in 30. Hermione was already awake. He didn't know if she had her own monitoring or simply slept lightly when things were moving, and sitting on the edge of her bed when he knocked on the connecting door, shoes on and bag over her shoulder. Now, she said. Now, Harry said. Neville was a slower waker but had apparently established a system involving Hermione tapping on his four-poster at precisely the right time because he was pulling on his shoes as Harry entered the dormitory. Ron was sitting up with the glazed precision of someone powering through on adrenaline rather than sleep. Right, Ron said. Right. Let's go. Wait, Harry said. He held up the channeling rings and felt the marker signature, the position of Quirrell's movement through the third-floor access. He's past the Cerberus. He's already in. How did he get past? Neville started. Music, Harry said. He's been carrying a small music box all term. I saw it in his office 2 weeks ago when I went to ask him a question during his office hours. He was already at the dormitory door. He's 20 minutes ahead of us. We need to move. The Marauder's map came out, the castle in real-time diagram, every moving dot labeled. Harry found Quirrell's dot and tracked its progress down through the protection layers with the focused attention of someone watching an operation unfold. He's past the Devil's Snare, Harry said, reading the map as they moved through the dark corridor. The invisibility cloak, his father's, James Potter's, recovered through Strange's ministry contacts 2 years ago and finally in Harry's hands, covered all 4 of them, which was tight but functional. Past the keys. He's at the chess set. That'll slow him, Ron said, with the particular confidence of someone for whom wizard chess was a primary language. You can't rush the chess set. It's designed to force engagement, you have to play it properly or the pieces won't let you pass. How long? If he's smart. 20 minutes minimum. If he tries to force it, less, but he'll take casualties. He doesn't care about Quirrell's body taking casualties, Harry said. He'll push through fast. Ron's expression went briefly grim. Then maybe 15. They moved fast. The third-floor corridor, the locked door, Harry bypassed the lock in 4 seconds with a combined technique that was half wand work and half mechanical, the channeling rings doing something Strange had called persuasion architecture that was significantly more elegant than Alohomora. The trapdoor below the Cerberus was open, Quirrell had left it up behind him, which either meant he hadn't thought about pursuit or hadn't cared. Harry dropped through first. The devil's snare was dead, not bypassed, dead, killed, the plant matter blackened and wilted across the floor in a pattern that suggested Quirrell had produced significant heat in an uncontrolled way. Scorched earth, not strategy. The desperation of something that needed to get through without patience for elegance. Harry walked across it. Hermione paused briefly to look at the damage with the expression of someone who found the methodology distressing on horticultural grounds. Focus, Harry said. I know, she said, and followed. The enchanted keys were a flying chaos of metal above them, hundreds of winged keys, old and whirring, the right one somewhere in the flock. Harry didn't look for it. He raised the gauntlet, activated the magnetic field, a modification he and Tony had developed after studying the key chamber design that Strange had sketched from memory of ancient warding texts, and the correct key, iron-winged and old, vibrated out of the flock and came to his palm. The magnetic frequency match was Tony's work. The frequency identification was Harry's cross-reference of Flitwick's known enchantment signatures. 20 seconds total. The door opened. The chess set was the problem. Massive stone pieces, knights the size of horses, bishops like siege towers, arranged on a board that covered the entire floor of the chamber. On the other side of the board, the door to the next chamber stood open. Quirrell had gotten through, there were 3 destroyed pieces on his path across the board, and a 4th piece, a white knight, was motionless on its side with its stone shoulder cracked. Ron looked at the board. Looked at the open path. He sacrificed through, he said. Straight line. Didn't care what he lost. He looked at Harry. He left the board active. The pieces reset after passage, they're already reorganizing. The pieces were moving, slowly, back to defensive positions. Another 2 minutes and they'd have the board locked down again. Can you get us across? Harry asked. Ron was already looking at the board with the expression he wore during chess, alert, quiet, processing 3 moves ahead. Give me the path he used and I'll tell you what's still clear. Left diagonal from here to the center, then straight to the far door, Harry said. That's where the destroyed pieces are. Ron shook his head. Left diagonal's going to be covered in 40 seconds, the queen's moving to block it. He studied the board. We go right of center. I'll take the castle's position, it'll challenge, but if Neville takes the bishop spot and Hermione takes the rook, they can't cross us without losing the king's defense. And Harry? Neville said. Ron looked at Harry. Harry goes straight. Knight to king's 4, then to the door. While I'm managing the castle challenge the board's attention will be, he moved his hands, visualizing, occupied. You'll be in check, Hermione said. I know, Ron said. He looked at the board with the calm of someone who had been losing pieces to win games his whole life and had made his peace with the math of it. Go. They went. Ron onto the board first, stepping into the castle's square and feeling the piece beneath him, enormous, stone, its awareness shifting as he occupied it. Harry moved to the knight's position. The board responded, pieces swiveling, the chess intelligence that McGonagall had built into it processing the new challenge. Then Ron made his move. Harry didn't look back. He heard the crash of a rook taking Ron's castle piece, heard Ron say go in a voice that was steady and not performing steadiness, and he moved, Knight's Path, the L-shaped jump that the piece was designed for, and cleared 2 squares, then 3, then the far door was in front of him and he was through. Hermione was 10 seconds behind him. Neville 8 seconds after that. Ron arrived last, limping from a glancing blow from a bishop that had caught him during the exchange, left arm pressed to his side, expression that of someone who'd made a calculated decision and wasn't going to be precious about the cost. "Ron," Neville started. "I'm fine," Ron said, which was not entirely true but was true enough for the next 10 minutes, which was the relevant window. "What's next?" "Potions puzzle," Hermione said, already moving to the row of bottles arranged on a table ahead of them. She read the verse. Her eyes moved across the bottles with the speed of someone solving a logic puzzle as a reflex rather than a process. 20 seconds, she said. It was 17. "The smallest bottle," she said, picking it up. "Harry, this gets you through the black fire. There's only enough for one." Harry took the bottle. He looked at the 3 of them. Ron against the wall, arm held carefully, jaw set. Neville with Trevor, improbably, wonderfully, in his jacket pocket, his wand in hand. Hermione with her logic and her relentlessness and the way she'd walked into this tonight without hesitation because the alternative was letting something happen that she'd had the capacity to prevent. "Ron needs to go back," Harry said. "The arm needs treatment." "Hermione, is there enough in the ice bottle to go back and forward?" "Yes," she said. "Go back with Ron. Get him to the hospital wing." He held her gaze. "I'm going through alone." "Harry, Hermione." He said it quietly. "I'm not going to need backup for what's in that room. I'm going to need backup after, with the castle's administration and possibly the ministry, and you are significantly better at that than you are at whatever's through this fire." He paused. "I need you to go back and be the person who tells McGonagall exactly what happened tonight. Every detail. Don't let anyone edit the account." Hermione looked at him. She was processing something, the frustration of being redirected, the strategic validity of the argument, the trust implicit in the assignment he'd given her. Then she nodded, once, precise. "Don't die," she said, which was both Hermione's version of good luck and Hermione's version of a direct order. "I'll take it under consideration," Harry said. He drank the small bottle. Stepped through the black fire. The cold of it was extraordinary, total, instant, the kind of cold that felt like pressure rather than temperature, and then he was through, and the fire was behind him, and ahead of him was the mirror of Erist. And beside the mirror was Quirrell. The chamber was circular, lit by a sourceless light that made everything look slightly unreal. The mirror of Erist stood in the center, 10 feet tall, gold-framed, its surface neither reflective nor transparent but something between, like deep water. Quirrell stood in front of it with his back to Harry, hands pressed flat against the glass, the wrong frequency doubled presence radiating off him in waves now, Voldemort pushing through, the desperation of it physical in the air. I can't see it," Quirrell was saying, in a voice stripped of the stutter, raw and frightened. "It shows me, but I can't, let me see," said the second voice. Lower, different timbre, not coming from Quirrell's mouth but from the air around him, from the turban, from the wrong space. "Let me see through you." "I'm trying, you're failing," the voice said, with the cold of something that had passed through hatred into something worse. "Step aside." Harry walked forward. His footsteps echoed. Quirrell spun. He'd been a competent wizard once, before whatever Voldemort had offered him had rotted the competence from the inside out. Harry could see it, the degradation of 6 months of cohabitation, the hands shaking now in a way that wasn't the cold, the eyes carrying something lost and not coming back. "Potter," Quirrell said. "Professor," Harry said. The air changed. The doubled presence shifted, reoriented, the pressure of Voldemort's attention was a real thing, a physical sensation against the resonance layer of the channeling rings, the same kind of pressure Harry had felt from the castle across the lake but infinitely less stable, infinitely more violent. A mind that had been magnificent and had chosen to unmagnificent itself, had traded everything for survival and gotten a bad version of both. So, the second voice said. The boy. Harry raised the gauntlet. He didn't say anything. You're not what I expected, Voldemort said. The voice was coming from the back of Quirrell's head now, the turban unwinding in slow spirals, falling to the stone floor in heavy coils, and what was on the back of Quirrell's head was a face that barely was, a thing vestigial and terrible, chalk-white and red-eyed, the features of a man who had spent so long trying to transcend human limits that he'd lost the texture of being human entirely. They said you were raised by the Sorcerer Supreme and the Engineer. I expected, display. Performance. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm not displaying. He kept his voice even. There was no fear in him, not because he was suppressing it but because he'd spent 6 years building an understanding of what Voldemort was that had made him real and specific and therefore manageable rather than mythological and therefore enormous. You need the stone. The mirror won't give it to you because you want to use it. He looked at the mirror. I'm going to get it for you. Silence. You're going to, Quirrell started. Get it for you, Harry said. And then we're going to have a conversation about whether you actually take it. He walked to the mirror of Erist. The mirror looked back at him and Harry met its surface and felt the enchantment reach into him, searching for desire, for the deepest wanting, for the image of the thing most wished for, and what Harry saw in the mirror was himself, standing exactly where he was standing, with the stone in his hand, giving it to no one. He felt something shift in his pocket. A weight, smooth and warm, that hadn't been there before. He closed his hand around it. The Philosopher's Stone was small, blood-red, and radiated something ancient and dense that his resonance sense read as a sound too low to be sound. Remarkable, Voldemort said, and Harry could hear the recalculation in it. You don't desire to use it. No, Harry said, turning from the mirror. I have 2 fathers who have spent 6 years making sure I understand the difference between wanting something and needing it. He looked at the stone in his palm, and then at Quirrell's face, and then at the thing on the back of it. And I know exactly what you'd do with it. Give it to me, Voldemort said, and I will give you what you most want. We just established that the mirror knows what I most want, Harry said. I'm holding it. So that's not a persuasive offer. Your parents, are Tony Stark and Stephen Strange, Harry said. I don't need you to bring back people I never knew. A pause. A long one. Then Voldemort said, in a voice stripped of the negotiation, you're going to die for refusing me. You're going to try, Harry agreed, and the channeling rings lit gold and the gauntlet charged and Harry's awareness opened along the full breadth of what Strange had spent 6 years building in him, the mystic arts, the energy mapping, the resonance layer, all of it calibrated and ready. And he faced Voldemort across the chamber with the same quality of stillness he'd had facing Tony's calibration tests and Strange's combat training and the dragon on the Camartage training grounds at age 10, the stillness that wasn't emptiness but its opposite, absolutely full. Quirrell moved. He was a skilled curse caster, even degraded. The first curse came fast and dark and Harry sidestepped it with the footwork that Tony had made him drill until it was faster than thought, the repulsor already charging as he moved, and he fired not at Quirrell but at the floor in front of him, a precision impact that threw stone shards upward in a pattern that forced Quirrell back 2 steps, not attacking the man, managing his position, because Quirrell was a victim here, the vessel not the driver, and Harry wasn't going to end Quirrell's life with a repulsor if there was any other way to manage this. The second curse hit the gauntlet's magnetic field and deflected left, scoring the chamber wall. Harry tracked the deflection, noted the curse type, binding, slightly modified, and filed it as a data point. What Voldemort used told you what he had available. Binding curses meant he was trying to take Harry alive, at least initially. He still thought there was something to gain from Harry's cooperation. That was information. Harry brought his left hand up, the channeling rings fully engaged, and constructed something he'd been building theoretically with Strange for 4 months and hadn't tested under live conditions, a resonance suppression field targeted at the specific frequency signature of the wrong presence in Quirrell's magical architecture. Not an attack. A disruption. Like introducing static into a specific channel. It hit Quirrell and something happened. Quirrell's body arched, rigid, terrible, and the face on the back of his head contracted, the chalk-white features pulling inward in what was clearly agony, and the wrong presence's frequency screamed at the edge of Harry's resonance awareness, discordant and violent, the sound of something being interrupted at a fundamental level. What? Quirrell gasped, his own voice surfacing, raw and terrified. What are you doing? I'm interrupting the signal, Harry said, holding the field. The channeling rings were hot, real, physical heat. The work of maintaining a targeted suppression this precise was significant cost. Voldemort's presence in your body is based on a parasitic frequency overlay. I'm introducing interference. He looked at Quirrell directly. I can't pull him out. But I can make his hold unstable. Quirrell's legs gave. He went to his knees on the stone floor, one hand braced, shaking. The face on the back of his head was still there, but its features had flattened, blurred, the frequency suppression disrupting whatever coherence maintained it. It won't last, Voldemort said, and his voice was damaged now, thin, the thing that was barely there showing through the degraded form. You can't hold a suppression field long enough. You'll exhaust. I don't need to hold it long, Harry said. I need to hold it long enough. He reached into his jacket with his right hand, the one without the gauntlet, and pulled out the communication mirror and tapped it twice, the code they'd agreed on, the one that meant emergency, portal now. The golden ring of Strange sling ring appeared in the air to his left 11 seconds later. Strange stepped through, already in full sorcerer regalia, the cloak spreading behind him. He took in the chamber, the mirror, the kneeling Quirrell, Harry maintaining a resonance field with both hands, the stone visible in Harry's curled fingers, in approximately 2 seconds. Left hand high, Strange said, already moving, and Harry understood and raised the channeling rings, and Strange layered his own working over Harry's suppression field with the precision of a surgeon joining an established procedure, not replacing the field but reinforcing it, the combined frequency now stable in a way Harry's solo maintenance hadn't been. Tony came through the portal 6 seconds after Strange. He assessed the room and said, "Is that Voldemort on the back of someone's head?" "Yes," Harry said. "Ha," Tony said. "That's worse than I pictured." Voldemort's damaged, degraded face turned toward Tony, the red eyes focusing with the effort of something that didn't have much effort left. "Stark," it said. "The engineer. You're outside your world here." "I'm outside my world everywhere," Tony said, stepping forward with the easy certainty of someone who had faced down things significantly larger than a weakened Dark Lord using a professor's neck as a timeshare. "That's always been my whole thing." He looked at Harry. "You good?" "Maintaining," Harry said. "Strange has the suppression reinforced. About 2 minutes before Voldemort's coherence in this body drops below the threshold for active presence." "And then?" Tony said. "And then Quirrell is free," Strange said, his voice carrying the particular flat quality of maximum concentration. "And whatever fragment of Voldemort is in him will need to find another host or disperse. Given the current coherence level, a pause, dispersal is more likely." Voldemort made a sound that was probably meant to be contemptuous and landed as desperate. "You think you've won," the voice said. "You've delayed. That's all. I will return. You've been saying that for 10 years, Harry said. "You're saying it from the back of a dying man's head while 2 people you weren't expecting hold a suppression field on your frequency. This is not a position of strength." He looked at the red eyes steadily. "I want you to understand something. Not as a warning, just as a fact. I know about the Horcruxes. Silence. Real silence, the kind that had weight. I know there are others," Harry said. "I know your strategy for survival. I know where at least one of them is." The diary. Strange had made the identification 3 weeks ago from Lucius Malfoy's magical inventory, the particular resonance of an object containing a fragmented soul. "And I'm going to find all of them. Not because the prophecy says I have to. Because it's the right thing to do and I have the resources to do it. The face on the back of Quirrell's head looked at him with the red eyes, and in them, briefly, before the coherence began to fail, was something Harry hadn't expected. Not fear, exactly. Something older than fear. Recognition. The look of something ancient encountering something new and understanding, in the moment of encounter, that the new thing wasn't going to fit the pattern it had prepared for. Then the field held and the frequency degraded and Quirrell made a terrible sound and the presence in him collapsed, not dramatically, not with light or explosion, but the way a signal collapses when the carrier is disrupted, the frequency simply ceasing, the doubled signature in Harry's awareness flattening into one, into Quirrell's own terrified and exhausted magical presence, alone in his own body for the first time in months. He fell forward onto the stone. Strange released the suppression field and moved to Quirrell immediately, 2 fingers at his throat, his other hand running a diagnostic without a wand, the way he did when the assessment mattered more than the form. "He's alive," Strange said. "Severely compromised. He needs the hospital wing now." "Friday," Tony said, to the air. "Already contacting Hogwarts emergency protocols," Friday said, her voice coming through the Stark Tech device Tony always carried. "Routing through the castle's communication system. Professor McGonagall has been alerted." Harry closed his hand around the stone. He walked to Strange and placed it in Strange's hand. "You should take it," Harry said. "Not me. Not anyone in this school." Strange looked at him. "Flamel needs it returned." "I know," Harry said. "I think he'll understand if it spends a week in the sanctum first." Strange closed his hand around it. He looked at Harry across the chamber, Tony stepping in on Harry's other side, the 3 of them in the center of the room, the mirror of Eriste reflecting something behind Harry that he deliberately did not turn to look at. "You did well," Strange said. "You cut it close," Harry said. 11 seconds is not close, Strange said. 11 seconds is close, Harry said. "I had it under control," Strange said, which was the version of this argument they'd been having for 3 years and would apparently continue having indefinitely. Tony put his hand on Harry's shoulder, the brief solid weight of it, and said nothing, and that was enough. Dumbledore found them in the hospital wing 2 hours later. He had Fawkes on his shoulder and the half-moon spectacles and the expression of a man assembling a presentation. He stopped in the doorway of the ward, Harry and Tony and Strange arranged at Ron's bedside, Ron already sitting up with a healed arm and a plate of something the house elves had sent up unprompted, and looked at the 4 of them with the expression of someone whose calculation has returned a result they hadn't anticipated. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Professor," Harry said. A pause. "I had hoped," Dumbledore said, carefully, "to arrive in time to address the situation in the chamber myself." "You were called away," Harry said. "To the Ministry. Someone sent you a message about a threat to the stone. It wasn't real." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "Someone sent you away from the castle tonight, Professor. And it wasn't Voldemort. Quirrell was already in the chamber by the time the message went out. Someone with Ministry contacts sent you on a false errand." He paused. "I think you should look at who had access to those channels." Dumbledore was very still. The calculating benevolence had settled into something more genuine, not warmth, exactly, but a different kind of attention, the look of a man encountering an argument that required him to revise rather than redirect. "The stone," he said. "Safe," Strange said. "Not in the school." A pause. "I see." Dumbledore looked at Harry. "You've been moving several pieces at once, Harry." "Yes," Harry said. "And you felt you couldn't come to me," Dumbledore said, and it was almost a question. "I felt," Harry said carefully, "that you already knew about Quirrell and had reasons for letting the situation develop. I didn't want to be managed." He kept his voice even. "With respect, Professor, I think you're used to managing things that should have been allowed to choose." The silence that followed was long. Dumbledore looked at Harry, really looked, the way Harry had been looked at by the Sorting Hat, that deep assessing sweep, and Harry held it, open and unhidden, the same structure Strange had taught him. Full honesty, held by an internal architecture that remains your own. You're right, Dumbledore said, quietly. It cost something. Harry could see it cost something, the admission of someone who had been certain of their methodology for a very long time. I owe you that acknowledgement. Thank you, Harry said. Tony shifted beside him. Harry knew what the shift meant. Tony had been holding a very substantial set of opinions about Albus Dumbledore for several hours and the holding was becoming effortful. He put his hand briefly on Tony's arm, the mirror of the earlier gesture. Not yet, the touch said. Tony held. I'd like to speak with you, Dumbledore said. Properly. Soon. About what's coming. I know what's coming, Harry said. I'll be ready. I have no doubt, Dumbledore said, and this time the warmth in it was real. He looked at Strange. Sorcerer Supreme. It seems I need to expand my understanding of what's available to us. That, Strange said, would be a productive start. Dumbledore left. Fawkes left a single gold feather on the bedside table as they went, which none of them remarked upon but which Harry pocketed when no one was looking, because Strange had a text about Phoenix properties that had a chapter he hadn't finished reading. Okay, Ron said, from his bed, looking at the doorway and then at the four of them. Can someone please explain who else knew about all of this because I feel like I attended a different version of tonight than everyone else. You played a magnificent game, Harry said. Without you we don't get through the chess set. Ron's ears went red. He looked at the plate of food. Yeah, well, he said. Someone had to. Yes, Hermione said, from the bed across. Someone did. Neville said nothing. He was looking at Harry with the steady expression, the real one, underneath all the anxious layers, and Harry looked back and gave him the small nod that meant yes, I see you, and yes, you were there, and yes, that matters. Neville nodded back. Outside the hospital wing windows the December sky was beginning to thin toward dawn, the darkness pulling back in the slow way it had, the grounds of Hogwarts lying quiet and frost-white under the last of the night. Harry looked out at it and thought about Voldemort's face. The recognition in the red eyes. The board adjusting. Let it adjust, he thought. He was adjusting too. Chapter 5, Chamber of Echoes. Summer between first and second year was 47 days at the Malibu house and 3 weeks at the New York sanctum, and Harry spent most of it doing what he always did when he had unstructured time, building things that shouldn't theoretically exist and reading things that weren't on any curriculum. The diary was the problem he kept coming back to. Strange had identified it in December, cross-referencing Lucius Malfoy's known magical inventory against the resonant signatures Harry had catalogued from the Malfoy encounter in Diagon Alley. The specific frequency of a soul fragment in a physical vessel was something Strange could detect at range because he'd made it his business to understand dark object signatures after the Ancient One's library had yielded 3 separate texts on the subject. He'd shown Harry the detection method in January. By February Harry could do it himself. The diary was a Tom Riddle diary, dated 1943, and it was currently in the Malfoy estate at Wiltshire. Harry knew this with the certainty of a tracking charm Strange had placed on Lucius Malfoy during the Diagon Alley encounter, not obvious, not detectable by standard ministry scans, embedded in a technique from a Camartage dimensional anchoring method that the British Wizarding World's detection protocols had literally no framework to identify. He sat in the Malibu workshop in July with this information and the problem it presented. The diary is a Horcrux, Harry said. It's in Malfoy's possession. Malfoy knows what it is, or knows enough about what it is to know it's valuable. The question is what he's planning to do with it. Tony was at the main bench working on the Mark 11, which had been absorbing most of his engineering attention since April. He looked up. Deploy it somehow. That's what I keep coming back to, Harry said. He can't use it himself. Using a Horcrux requires a specific kind of willing that a pure-blood supremacist wouldn't apply to himself. It has to go into someone else. Someone expendable. He paused. Or someone positioned to cause maximum damage. Hogwarts, Tony said. It's always Hogwarts, Harry said. It's a controlled environment with a large population of children and a set of systems designed to manage magical threats that predate anything Voldemort developed in the last century. He leaned against the bench. Whatever the diary does, it needs a host. Someone at the school. Someone Lucius Malfoy would have access to. Tony was quiet for a moment. Friday. What do we have on Lucius Malfoy's schedule? Public appearances suggest a Hogwarts board meeting in late August, Friday said. He's a school governor. Has been for 6 years. Harry looked at Tony. Tony looked at Harry. He's going to pass it to a student, Harry said. During the back-to-school shopping period. Diagon Alley, probably. Somewhere he has plausible deniability. Can we track which student? Not without knowing which student he targets, Harry said. Which we won't know until it's already happened. He drummed his fingers on the bench. So we need to identify the diary's presence after the fact. Which means I need the detection method reliable enough to run on every student in the school. Tony stared at him. You want to scan every student at Hogwarts for a soul fragment. Not all at once, Harry said. Gradually. Naturally. During the normal course of being at school. Hermione and Neville know the detection signature, I taught them both in March. 3 people, passively monitoring, over the first 6 weeks of term. He paused. We'll find it. And when you find it? We get it out of whoever has it and we destroy it, Harry said. Without them knowing why, if possible. Without, he paused, and this one had weight in it, without the school becoming a disaster zone. Tony was quiet for a moment. He set down the Mark 11 component. You know what a Horcrux actually is, he said. What Riddle had to do to make one. Yes, Harry said. And it's sitting in a diary that Malfoy's about to hand to a first year. Yes, Harry said. Tony's expression did something complicated and then settled into the particular focused calm that meant he processed something ugly and was moving forward regardless. Okay, he said. What do you need from me? I need a containment device, Harry said. For the diary once we separate it. The Horcrux can't be destroyed by conventional means, it needs either the killing curse, which is obviously off the table, or a magical substance powerful enough to damage the soul fragment directly. He looked at his hands. Basilisk venom would work. So would fiend fire. Both are worse than the problem. What about the Gryffindor sword? Tony said. Harry looked at him. How do you know about that? Strange mentioned it in March when we were going through the Horcrux research, Tony said. Ancient goblin-made blade. Imbibes what makes it stronger, if it ever touched basilisk venom, it would carry the properties permanently, Harry said. He'd made this connection in April but hadn't followed it to completion because the sword was in Dumbledore's office and the basilisk was a problem he hadn't fully addressed yet. That still requires a basilisk. One problem at a time, Tony said. Containment first. What do you need? An arc reactor containment field modified with strange binding runic structure, Harry said. Something that can hold a soul fragment in stasis without allowing the object it's in to interact with a host. The binding rune prevents the psychic connection, the diary won't be able to write back to anyone who writes in it. He paused. It's the connection that's dangerous. The diary communicates. It builds rapport. It influences. How fast can you build the binding rune? Tony said. I already have, Harry said, and pulled a notebook from the shelf behind him. The binding rune structure was 14 pages of dense notation, the product of 6 weeks of theoretical work that he'd been running alongside every other project he had. I need your input on the containment field geometry. Tony reached across and took the notebook. He was quiet for a full 3 minutes, reading. This is Strange's architecture, Tony said. Yes. With modifications for the arc reactor integration. Harry moved to stand beside him. The containment field needs to be active but passive, it can't draw attention. So the power draw has to be below the threshold of any standard magical detection. The arc reactor provides the base current. The binding rune provides the magical suppression. The combined effect creates a null space, Tony said. The fragment thinks it's still in the object but can't project outward. He looked at Harry over the notebook. This is elegant. The theory's been sitting in Strange's Vishanti archive for 400 years, Harry said. I just translated it into hardware. Tony looked at the notebook. Then at Harry. You've been working on this since January. Since December, Harry said. When Strange identified the signature. You didn't tell us. I didn't want to bring you a problem without a solution, Harry said, and then caught Tony's expression, not quite hurt, something more complex, the expression of someone recognizing a pattern they'd been hoping wasn't there. Tony, we work together, Tony said. Not loudly. Not accusingly. Just clearly. That's the whole architecture of what we've built. You bring me the incomplete problem and we solve it together. You bring me a half-finished solution and cut me out of the half you did alone. That's not how this works. Harry was quiet for a moment. The workshop hummed around them, the machines, Friday's ambient monitoring, the Pacific outside. I know, he said. You're right. I know I'm right, Tony said. I've been right about this particular thing before. Multiple times. It's easier to solve things alone, Harry said. It's faster. I know what I'm doing and I don't have to explain the starting point. And? Harry looked at him. And I spent 5 years in a house where needing help was the thing that got you put in a cupboard, he said. I know it's not rational. It's still there. The workshop was quiet. Tony put the notebook down on the bench between them and looked at his son, this 11 going on 40-year-old with Tony's engineering instincts and Strange's architectural patience and a damage that had been carefully, deliberately tended to but hadn't entirely resolved, because some things didn't entirely resolve. They just got integrated. Yeah, Tony said. Okay. He picked up the notebook again. Tell me where the containment field geometry falls apart. Harry moved in beside him. Page 9. The field boundary definition, too rigid, Tony said immediately. Soul fragments aren't stable objects, they're dynamic. A rigid boundary will develop resonance interference with the fragment's own frequency. So we need a dynamic boundary, Harry said. Adaptive geometry. Friday can run the algorithm. Already modeling, Friday said. They worked for 6 hours. It was the best kind of work, fast, unsparing, two people who understood each other's methods building something neither would have gotten to alone, the notebook filling with Tony's margin annotations alongside Harry's original notation, the geometry evolving on Friday's screens from rigid to adaptive to something that was genuinely new. At 9 that evening Strange stepped through a portal from the sanctum, looked at the screens, looked at the notebook, looked at the two of them, and said, "You solved the boundary geometry problem." 3 hours ago, Harry said. Strange looked at the solution for 40 seconds. I've been working on that problem for 8 months. Tony had a different approach, Harry said. Strange looked at Tony. Adaptive algorithms, Tony said. Standard engineering for dynamic containment. Strange, your problem was you were trying to solve it as a magical architecture issue. It's an engineering issue with magical parameters. Strange was quiet for a moment. I need to sit down, he said. There's a stool, Tony said. I know there's a stool, I put it there in 2014, then sit on it. Strange sat on it and looked at the solution on the screen with the expression he got when something exceeded his model in a way that was clarifying rather than destabilizing. Harry watched him from across the bench and thought about the chamber in December, Strange layering his working over Harry's with the precision of a surgeon joining an established procedure, and felt the specific satisfaction of things that fit. We need to talk about the basilisk, Harry said. Strange looked up. There's a basilisk in the school, Harry said. In the Chamber of Secrets. Which is real, and which I've been locating since March." He paused. "The chamber's entrance is in the second-floor girls' bathroom. The mechanism is Parseltongue, Salazar Slytherin's original security architecture. The basilisk has been there since the 900s. "You speak Parseltongue," Strange said. "Apparently," Harry said. "I found out in April. I hissed at a garden snake by accident and it answered." He'd been more surprised by this than he let on, though he processed it quickly. The killing curse as an infant had left more than a scar. "I've been practicing. I can open the chamber." "You've been planning to do this alone," Strange said. "I've been planning to do this with support," Harry said. "Your support, specifically, for the magical architecture. And Tony's for the hardware." He looked at both of them. "I'm not going into the Chamber of Secrets without telling you first. I've learned my lesson about incomplete disclosure." A glance at Tony. "Recently." Tony made a noise that was approximately acknowledgement. "The basilisk is the key," Harry said. "If I can get even a small amount of venom safely onto the Gryffindor sword, the sword becomes a viable Horcrux destruction tool. The diary, the others, one properly prepared weapon solves multiple future problems." "The sword is in Dumbledore's office," Strange said. "Which is why I need to talk to him," Harry said. "Properly. The conversation he asked for in December. I've been putting it off because I wanted to understand the full board first." He paused. "I think I understand it well enough now." Strange and Tony looked at each other. The look they exchanged was the one Harry had been watching for 6 years, the complicated, efficient, difficult to categorize communication of two people who had been arguing and building and occasionally saving each other for long enough that the arguments had become part of the architecture rather than a threat to it. "Dumbledore first," Strange said. "The chamber after. The diary, do we know who Malfoy passes it to?" "No," Harry said. "But I'll know within the first 3 weeks of term. Then we go back to school," Tony said, "and we find the diary and we deal with it in the right order." He looked at Harry. "And if something goes sideways, I call immediately," Harry said. "Before sideways," Tony said. "At the first sign of about to go sideways." "Pre-sideways." "Pre-sideways," Harry agreed. Diagon Alley the second time was different because Harry was looking for it. He saw Lucius Malfoy 40 minutes into the Flourish and Blot signing event. Gilderoy Lockhart was signing copies of his collected works with the energy of a man who had learned to convert attention into currency and had been making excellent returns, and he tracked Malfoy through the crowd with the peripheral awareness Strange had built in him until he saw the moment. Malfoy had crossed paths with Arthur Weasley at the back of the shop, had exchanged words that rapidly escalated into a confrontation, wand hands, the press of bodies, and in the confusion Malfoy had, with the practiced ease of a man who had been inserting objects into people's possessions for decades, dropped something into the cauldron being carried by Ginny Weasley. Ginny Weasley. Ron's younger sister, 10 years old, starting her first year at Hogwarts. Small, red-haired, her cauldron full of second-hand school books. Harry was across the room before the confrontation had ended. He didn't take the diary. Not yet, not in the middle of Flourish and Blots with Malfoy still in the room and plausible deniability still being the relevant consideration. He needed to know exactly where it was and who had it, and he needed to do that without Ginny knowing she'd been targeted, because if she knew she'd been targeted the psychological damage of that knowledge would add to whatever the diary was already doing. He stood near enough to run the detection for 30 seconds. The diary's signature was clear, the soul fragment resonating at the specific frequency Strange had taught him, the wrongness of it like a note played on a broken instrument. Inside Ginny's cauldron, in an old copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He filed the exact position and walked away. Ron found him 3 minutes later. "What did you do?" Ron said. "You moved across the room very specifically." "Your father and Malfoy," Harry said. "I wanted a better angle on the confrontation." Ron accepted this with the ease of someone who had learned that Harry had reasons for things even when those reasons weren't immediately visible. Dad gets like that when Malfoy starts on about blood purity, Ron said. It's one of the few things that gets him properly furious. Understandable, Harry said. He looked at the door where the Malfoys had left, Lucius walking with the smooth certainty of someone who had accomplished something. Ron. How is Ginny doing? Coming to Hogwarts? Ron's expression shifted into the particular softness he used when talking about his sister. Nervous. Excited. She's been wanting to go for years, she keeps talking about. He stopped. Why? Just making sure she's got people looking out for her, Harry said. First year's a lot. Ron looked at him for a moment with the assessing intelligence that Harry had learned to respect. Ron processed things differently than Hermione, less analytically and more instinctively, but the instinct was sharp. She'll be fine, he said, with the particular certainty of someone who needed to believe it. She's a Weasley. We're annoyingly resilient. Yes, Harry said. You are. He looked at the door. Keep an eye on her in September. Just generally. Always do, Ron said, and that was the end of it, and Harry carried the information through the rest of the afternoon and onto the train and back into the school with the careful attention of someone who had a plan and was waiting for the precise moment to execute it. By the end of September, 3 people were suffering from a mystery affliction that Madame Pomfrey was treating as severe magical exhaustion. Harry knew what it was. The diary's influence was faster than he'd anticipated. Ginny had started writing in it within the first week, had been responding to whatever Tom Riddle wrote back with the hungry trust of a child who had been given something that seemed to understand her, and the connection was already working its particular damage, drawing on her magical energy, her emotional stability, her sense of self. He'd watched it happen. Not invasively, he ran the detection signature twice a week during classes, tracked the diary's position through the school, noted the days when its resonance sharpened and the days when it dulled. The sharp days corresponded to Ginny's worst ones, the days she looked hollowed, the days she came to breakfast pale and moved through the corridors with the careful distance of someone partially elsewhere. He told Hermione in October. She was furious, not at Harry, but at the situation, at the specific predatory intelligence of a piece of Voldemort designed to exploit exactly this kind of child. We need to get it away from her, Hermione said, with the controlled precision of someone managing an extremely strong feeling very efficiently. We need to get it away from her without traumatizing her further, Harry said. She doesn't know what it is. She doesn't know she's been targeted. If we take it without context she'll feel violated twice. Hermione was quiet for a moment. So we explain it to her. After we remove it, Harry said. Explanation first risks her refusing to give it up. The diary has been building rapport for 6 weeks. It's designed to be trusted. He paused. I need to get into the same room as the diary for about 30 seconds. And I need her not to be holding it when I do. I can do that, Hermione said immediately. Harry looked at her. She's been coming to the library on Wednesday evenings, Hermione said. She always leaves her bag under the table when she goes to find books. 15 minutes, sometimes more. Her bag is never watched. She looked at Harry. Wednesday. Wednesday, Harry said. Wednesday Hermione sat across from Ginny at the library table and engaged her in a conversation about second-year curriculum that Harry privately thought was both genuinely useful for Ginny and also a masterwork of friendly misdirection, sustaining Ginny's attention through 3 separate bookfinding trips while Harry sat 2 tables away running the containment device, the arc reactor cell with strange binding rune, built over summer, 3 inches square and disguised as a Stark Tech power bank, against the diary in Ginny's bag. The soul fragment hit the containment field and the field held and Harry felt it through the channeling rings, the surge and then the suppression, the diary going null inside the binding rune. He replaced it in Ginny's bag exactly as he'd found it. The diary still existed. It could still be written in. But the connection was severed, Tom Riddle couldn't reach through it anymore. Ginny would write in it and nothing would answer, and the diary would sit in the containment field and do nothing, and Ginny would gradually stop writing in it and gradually stop looking hollowed. It took 2 weeks. Harry watched it happen. Watched color come back into Ginny's face and animation into her gestures and the particular quality of being fully present return to her eyes, and he felt something he didn't entirely have words for, something that was partly the satisfaction of a plan working and partly something quieter and more specific, something that was just relief on behalf of a 10-year-old who had been handed a weapon without knowing it. Ron noticed. "Ginny's doing better," he said one evening in the common room, with the slightly surprised quality of someone who hadn't known they were worried until the worry lifted. "She seemed off for a while there." "She did," Harry agreed. Ron looked at him. The sharp instinct surfacing. "Harry." "She's fine," Harry said. "She'll be fine." Ron held his gaze for a moment, then nodded slowly, the nod of someone choosing to accept what they've been given while making a note to revisit. "Okay," he said. The attack happened on November 3rd. Harry had thought he had more time. The diary was contained, Ginny was improving, the chamber's threat seemed managed. What Harry had failed to account for was that the diary wasn't the only mechanism. Voldemort's first-year plan had been improvised, reactive, built around Quirrell's existing access. His second-year plan had been running longer and was more distributed. The diary was the centerpiece but not the whole. The petrification started. Mrs. Norris first, Filch's cat, found petrified on the second-floor corridor outside the bathroom, a message written on the wall in what turned out to be rooster blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Then Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor with a camera and boundless enthusiasm for everything including approaching things he shouldn't approach. Then Justin Finch-Fletchley and Nearly Headless Nick, which was the one that clarified something for Harry, a ghost couldn't be killed by a basilisk's gaze, but could be petrified by it. The basilisk was already moving. The chamber was open. Which meant someone else had opened it. Harry sat in the dormitory at midnight on November 3rd and thought this through with the particular quality of very fast, very cold thinking. Someone had opened the chamber. Not Ginny, the diary was contained, the connection severed, she hadn't been controlled into doing it. Which meant there was a second access point. Which meant his understanding of the chamber's architecture was incomplete. He pulled out the communication mirror and tapped it. Tony picked up in 7 seconds. Strange was already visible at the edge of the frame, which meant Friday had alerted them to the mirror activation as a priority flag. "There's been a petrification," Harry said. "The basilisk is moving. Someone opened the chamber but it isn't Ginny, the diary's been contained for 3 weeks." He paused. "I missed something. There's a second opening mechanism I didn't account for." Strange appeared fully in the frame. "Tell me the attack pattern." Harry described it, the locations, the sequence, the rooster blood message. Strange was quiet in the particular way of very fast, very disciplined thinking. "The message is designed," Strange said. "The chamber announcement isn't Voldemort style, it's theatrical in a way that serves a specific purpose. Someone wants the school afraid. Afraid and looking for a culprit." "Lucius Malfoy," Tony said, off-screen. "Malfoy's a school governor," Strange said. "A period of chaos and fear at Hogwarts gives him grounds to push for Dumbledore's removal." He paused. "Which opens the school's administration to influence. While simultaneously advancing Voldemort's agenda through the basilisk attacks," Harry said. "2 objectives, 1 mechanism. That's not Voldemort, that's Malfoy augmenting Voldemort's plan with his own goals." "What's the second opening mechanism?" Tony said. "I need to go to the chamber," Harry said. "Tonight. And I need to understand the architecture before another student is attacked." A pause. "I'm coming," Strange said. "You can't come into the chamber," Harry said. "The entrance is Parseltongue specific. The mechanism opens only to a speaker." He paused. "But I need you outside. And I need the sword." "Dumbledore," Strange said. "Tonight," Harry said. I'm going to Dumbledore tonight and I'm telling him everything. He looked at them both through the mirror. All of it. The Horcruxes. The chamber. The diary. The containment. I'm not managing this one alone. Another pause, different quality. Tony said, yeah. You were right, Harry said. In July. About incomplete disclosure. He looked at them steadily. I should have had this conversation with Dumbledore in September. I waited because I wanted to understand the full board and I understand it well enough now and waiting longer is costing people. Strange looked at him for a long, clear moment. Go to Dumbledore, he said. I'll have the sword by the time you're ready for the chamber. How? Harry said. I know where it is, Strange said, with the particular serenity of someone for whom knowing where things are was a professional specialty. And I have a sling ring. Dumbledore's office at 1 a.m. was lit by the warm blue-green glow of numerous instruments Harry had never seen anywhere else, all of them turning and measuring things that weren't visible to the eye, and Fawkes was on his perch with his head tucked under his wing, and the sorting hat sat on its shelf looking at nothing, and Dumbledore was already awake and already seated behind his desk when Harry knocked, which meant either Dumbledore never slept or had been expecting the knock. Harry sat down across from him and talked for 40 minutes. He told Dumbledore about the diary. The Horcrux identification, the containment, the severing of Ginny's connection. He told him about the chamber, his Parseltongue ability, the location of the entrance, the basilisk's presence, the 6 months of mapping. He told him about the Horcrux theory in full, the number, the method, the ones he'd already identified beyond the diary. He told him about the second opening mechanism he hadn't found yet. Dumbledore listened with his hands folded on the desk and his half-moon spectacles catching the instrument light and an expression that moved through several things Harry watched carefully: surprise, genuine, recalibration, significant, something that was the opposite of the calculating benevolence, something older and plainer, that Harry thought might be relief. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You know about the Horcruxes, he said. Yes, Harry said. All of them, I believe. How many have you identified? The diary, contained. The ring, Gaunt family ring, currently in the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton. The locket, in a cave on the coast, significant magical protections, probably moved or will be moved soon. The cup, the diadem, and, Harry paused. And one I haven't been able to confirm, that I believe is currently in this school. Dumbledore's expression changed. Something in it settled, deepened, became a different kind of careful. You believe there is a Horcrux inside Hogwarts? In something living, Harry said. Something that has been here since 1945. I can't isolate the signature precisely, the castle's ambient magic interferes, but I've been narrowing it. He paused. It might be Nagini. Voldemort's snake. He said this carefully because the other possibility, the one Strange had suggested in March and Harry hadn't been able to dismiss, he wasn't ready to put into words. Or something else. Dumbledore looked at him across the desk, and Harry had the distinct impression of a man looking at something from a different angle than he'd ever managed before. Then Dumbledore said, the sword. You're planning to use it. If it can be prepared, Harry said. I need the basilisk venom. I need to go into the chamber. The basilisk is ancient, Dumbledore said. Extremely dangerous. Yes, Harry said. Which is why I'm telling you first. Another long silence. Fawkes stirred on his perch, opened one bright eye, and looked at Harry with the focused attention of something very old considering something worth considering. The Gryffindor sword, Dumbledore said, is yours by right. I should have said that earlier. He looked at the cabinet behind him, the one Harry knew the sword was in. Take it. Harry stood, walked to the cabinet, and took the sword. It was heavier than it looked, old and balanced and cold to the touch, the rubied hilt pressing into his palm. He held it and felt through the channeling rings the ambient properties of the blade, goblin-made, true, and imbued with whatever it had encountered across 1,000 years. He looked at Dumbledore. "Tell me about the second opening mechanism." Dumbledore paused. "Then, there is a memory," he said slowly. "From Tom Riddle's diary, the original, before it became what it became. A specific incantation, old Slytherin family magic. It's in the castle's historical record." He paused. "I believe someone found it. Someone with access to the restricted archive and the intelligence to recognize what they'd found." Harry thought about Hermione's efficiency. About the castle's other students. "Someone from Slytherin," he said. "Someone who's been in the restricted archive this year." "I have suspicions," Dumbledore said. "I have been cautious about acting on them without certainty." "Who?" Harry said. Dumbledore told him. Harry absorbed it, set it alongside everything else, and stood up. "Tonight," he said. "I'm going tonight. Before another student is attacked." "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice had a quality Harry hadn't heard from it before, something that wasn't managing or calculating but was plain and unguarded in the way of something genuinely felt. "Be careful." "Always," Harry said, which was Tony's word and Strange's expectation and his own truth, and walked out of the office with the sword in his hand and the weight of the evening in his chest and the channeling rings already warming, and behind him Fawkes sang two notes that followed him down the corridor like something that knew where he was going. Strange was at the entrance to the girls' bathroom on the second floor when Harry arrived, which meant Strange had been in the castle for at least 20 minutes without triggering any ward or detection, which was the Sorcerer Supreme operating at standard capacity. He looked at Harry. At the sword. At Harry's expression. "I know who opened it," Harry said. Strange waited. A sixth-year Slytherin. Research obsessive, found the incantation in the restricted archive in September and opened the chamber as a demonstration, wanted to prove he could, wanted to use the threat as leverage in the Slytherin power structure. Harry paused. He didn't mean for the basilisk to actually attack anyone. He thought he could control it. He can't. He looked at Strange. Dumbledore's handling the political piece. The basilisk needs to be handled. How does it work? Strange said. The basilisk's gaze. Lethal at direct eye contact, Harry said. Petrifying at indirect, reflections, through something. The petrifications in the school have all been indirect, camera lens, ghost as an indirect conduit, water reflection, mirror. He paused. In the chamber, I can control the contact. The basilisk is enormous and old and I can speak to it, but I don't know if it'll respond to a speaker it doesn't recognize as the air. Plan for resistance, Strange said. Plan for resistance, Harry agreed. He looked at the bathroom. The entrance is the sink with the snake engraved on the tap. Parseltongue to open it. There's a long shaft down and then a series of tunnels leading to the chamber. He looked at Strange. You come as far as the tunnel system allows. If the chamber entrance is Parseltongue locked, which I think it is, you wait outside. And inside? Strange said. Inside I have the sword, the gauntlet, the channeling rings, and the element that the basilisk is not expecting. Harry paused. I'm going to try talking first. Strange looked at him for a moment. A giant ancient snake. Parseltongue, Harry said. If it was placed here by Slytherin it was given instructions. Instructions can be renegotiated if you speak the right language. And if they can't be renegotiated? Harry held up the sword. Then I don't look it in the eyes. Strange studied him. Then, the venom. I need a small amount on the blade, Harry said. Enough to impart the property. If I can get it to bite the blade, if I can position the blade correctly during the encounter, that requires getting close enough to a lethal magical creature to get its venom on a sword while simultaneously not dying, Strange said. Yes, Harry said. That's a significant operational challenge, Strange said. Yes, Harry said. Strange was quiet for a moment. Then he reached into the satchel he was carrying and produced something Harry hadn't seen before, a small device, disc-shaped, camouflage manufacture, runic structure visible on its surface. Reflective ward, Strange said. It'll deflect the direct gaze for approximately 60 seconds before the energy load collapses it. It's not reusable. Harry took it. 60 seconds is enough. Make it enough, Strange said. Harry looked at the sink. He thought about Tony, in the Malibu workshop right now, mirror in hand, waiting. He pulled out his own mirror and tapped it once. Tony appeared immediately. His eyes went straight to the sword and then to Harry's face and then to Strange, and his expression was the one that had no armor on it, the one that appeared at maximum stakes without announcement. Going in, Harry said. Yeah, Tony said. I'll call when I'm out. You better, Tony said, and his voice had the roughness of something very controlled. Don't be clever in there. Be safe. I'm always clever, Harry said. I'll try for both. Tony looked at him through the mirror for a long moment. Then he said, the resonance layer in the gauntlet. I modified the discharge frequency yesterday while you were with Strange. It'll hold through the ambient interference in an underground chamber. A pause. 37% better than the last test. Harry looked at the gauntlet on his right hand. You tuned it last night. This morning, Tony said. 4 a.m. seemed like the right time. Harry looked at him and didn't say what he was thinking, because what he was thinking was too large for a communication mirror at 1 in the morning outside a school bathroom. He said instead, I'll see you after. Tony nodded. Once. Held it. Harry closed the mirror. He walked to the sink. He found the parcel tongue and it came naturally now, the hiss and click of a language that lived somewhere below normal speech, and the sink opened and the shaft yawned below him and he dropped in without looking down. The chamber was enormous. He'd expected scale from Strange descriptions and the historical accounts he'd read, but standing in the actual space, the long pillared hall of Slytherin's design, every pillar carved with serpents, the half-dark and the smell of standing water and very old stone, was different from imagining it. The magic in the walls was old enough to have personality, to press against his awareness with a specific intent that had been sitting here for 1,000 years waiting to be recognized. Harry walked to the center. The basilisk was at the far end of the chamber, coiled around the stone face of Salazar Slytherin that jutted from the wall, perhaps 60 feet of ancient muscle and scale, the largest living thing Harry had ever stood in the same space as. Its eyes were closed, the lids thick, heavy, the creature in something like torpor. Harry spoke. Not a command. Not the heir's summons, the riddle voice he didn't have and wouldn't have used anyway. He spoke in Parseltongue the way he'd learned to approach large, dangerous, misunderstood things, directly and honestly, which Strange had taught and Tony had modeled and Harry had spent 11 years practicing. Old One, he said. I am not the heir. I speak your language but I make no claim to command you. I came to talk. The basilisk's eyes stayed closed. But its coils shifted, a vast, slow movement of something immense orienting attention. The one who opened this place was not Slytherin's heir, Harry said. He used a stolen voice. The attacks on the castle, the petrifications, they weren't commanded. They happened because someone set you loose without direction and you followed instinct. He paused. That's not your fault. A sound from the basilisk, not hissing, something deeper, vibration more than voice. I'm not here to end you, Harry said. I'm here to end the situation. The castle above us, the attacks need to stop. And I need a small thing from you to make stopping them permanent. The basilisk opened its eyes. Harry activated the reflective ward. The disc-shaped device from Strange lit in his left hand and the wave of the gaze hit the ward and scattered, and Harry felt the 60-second clock begin in his chest. He didn't reach for the gauntlet. He reached for the sword. The basilisk's head came down, enormous, close, the smell of it overwhelming, magic and age and the particular otherness of something that had outlived every framework built around it. Harry held still. held the sword point up between them and didn't move and didn't look away from the closed enough to not kill him region of the basilisk's jaw and spoke again. "The blade," he said. "I need your venom on the blade. It won't hurt you. One bite. And then I leave, and the chamber stays closed, and no one comes here again." The basilisk regarded him. Harry didn't know what it was calculating, he wasn't sure it calculated in a way he'd recognize, but the attention of it was absolute and old and not unintelligent. Then the basilisk opened its mouth. Harry moved the blade into position, perfectly still, perfectly placed, the sword horizontal below the upper jaw, and the basilisk's fangs came down on either side of it with a delicacy that was completely unexpected from something this size, a precise placement, and venom ran down both fangs and hit the blade and sizzled where it made contact, the goblin metal absorbing it the way Strange had described, drinking it in. Harry held position until the flow stopped. 10 seconds. 12. The basilisk lifted its head. Harry lowered the blade. The reflective ward had 18 seconds left on it. He stepped back, one measured step, two. "Thank you," he said. The basilisk coiled back around the stone face. Its eyes closed. The vast body settled into something like contentment, or at least something like the absence of the tension that had been building through weeks of misuse. Harry walked back down the chamber to the tunnel entrance and didn't run. Running would have been an insult to the conversation they just had. Strange was exactly where Harry had left him, outside the chamber entrance, and he looked at Harry, at the sword, at the ward device in Harry's hand now showing 0 remaining charge, at Harry's expression, and read the whole thing in 3 seconds. "The venom," he said. Harry held up the sword. The blade's surface had changed, almost imperceptibly, only visible if you knew what to look for, a faint iridescence where the venom had been absorbed. Strange took the blade carefully by the hilt, ran 2 fingers along the flat without touching the edge, and felt what Harry had felt through the channeling rings. He looked at Harry. The basilisk cooperated. "We reached an understanding," Harry said. Strange looked at him for another moment, and then he said something he didn't say often, not because he felt it rarely but because he'd spent 40 years learning not to make a performance of what was genuinely felt. He said, "I'm proud of you." Harry looked at him. Strange met it without flinching, which was Strange's version of the same openness Harry was always being asked to practice. "Thank you," Harry said. They climbed out of the shaft. In the corridor Strange sealed the entrance permanently, not parseltongue locked, which could be unpicked by another speaker, but sealed with a sanctum binding that would require the simultaneous application of 3 senior sorcerers to reverse. The bathroom sink looked like a bathroom sink. The chamber was closed. Harry tapped the communication mirror in the corridor. Tony picked up in 2 seconds. Harry held up the sword. Tony looked at it. Then at Harry. His expression did the thing it did at maximum relief, not dramatic, just very still, the controlled stillness of someone setting down something heavy. "You're good," Tony said. "I'm good," Harry said. "Strange?" "He's here." "Good," Tony said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, "Get some sleep." "In a minute," Harry said. "I have to tell McGonagall about the student who opened the chamber. Dumbledore's handling the administrative piece but she needs the full account." Tony stared at him. "It's 2 in the morning. She'll want to know tonight," Harry said. "She's that kind of person." Tony looked off-screen, presumably at some version of this statement in Strange's direction. Whatever Strange's response was, it made Tony close his eyes briefly and exhale. "Yeah," Tony said. "She probably is." He looked at Harry through the mirror. "The diary. Where is it now?" "Still contained," Harry said. "But now the sword is ready." He paused. "I'm going to destroy it this week." "How?" Harry looked at the sword in his hand, the venom-imbibed blade that Strange had handed back, the ancient weight of it. "The same way we do everything," Harry said. "Carefully, precisely, and with significantly better preparation than the situation technically requires. Tony Stark made the sound that was his version of a laugh when something wasn't entirely funny but was entirely true. "Yeah," he said. "That's about right." The diary dissolved on a Thursday. Harry stabbed it in the dormitory at 11 at night with the channeling rings running a containment field around the impact site, the binding rune maintaining stasis until the moment of contact, and Tom Riddle's memory, the fragment of 16-year-old Voldemort that had been sitting in that book for 50 years, came apart in a way that wasn't dramatic but was complete. The frequency Harry had been tracking since December simply ceasing, the doubled signature resolving to nothing. He sat in the silence of the dormitory afterward and felt the absence of it, the particular quality of a wrongness that had been in his peripheral awareness for months simply not being there anymore. One Horcrux down. He thought about the ring in Little Hangleton. The locket. The others. He thought about the one he still couldn't confirm but suspected, the one whose possibility Strange had raised in March and which Harry had been turning over ever since, the one that would be the most difficult if he was right about it. He put the destroyed diary in the containment device and put the containment device at the bottom of his trunk and lay on his bed in the dark and looked at the canopy and thought about what came next with the patience Strange had built in him and the momentum Tony had modeled and the particular quality that was entirely his own, the willingness to hold multiple hard things at once without putting any of them down. Outside the dormitory windows the November sky was clear and very cold, stars running sharp and true, and Hogwarts settled around him the way it had been settling since September, the old magic shifting and acknowledging, and he was increasingly certain of this, choosing. One down. He slept. Chapter 6, What the Prophecy Forgot. The letter from Azkaban arrived in February. Not to Harry. To Strange, through the Sanctum's secure channels, routed via a ministry contact Strange maintained with the particular care of someone who understood that information infrastructure was as important as any other kind. It arrived as a folded piece of parchment inside a Muggle envelope inside a layered concealment charm that Strange dissolved at the kitchen table in New York while Harry sat across from him eating toast, home for the February half-term break. Strange read it twice. Looked up. "Sirius Black," he said. Harry looked at him. He'd been tracking this name for 8 months, since he'd found it in the Wisengamot record Strange kept, the file on James Potter's best friend, convicted of 13 murders and the betrayal of the Potters to Voldemort, sentenced to Azkaban without trial. That last part was the piece that had caught Harry's attention in November and refused to let go. Without trial. "He's contacted us," Harry said. "Through a ministry contact I trust," Strange said. "Indirectly. The message is brief." He looked at the parchment. "He says he's innocent. He says the real secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew, who faked his death and framed Black for the murders. He says Pettigrew is alive." A pause. "He says he's been in Azkaban for 11 years for something he didn't do." Harry looked at Strange's face, the careful, controlled expression of someone managing a strong response to new information. Strange had spent his surgical career making decisions under emotional weight, had learned to separate the feeling from the function, but Harry had been reading him for 7 years and knew what the controlled expression covered. "You believe him," Harry said. "I don't know enough to believe or disbelieve," Strange said, which was his version of yes, but I'm being rigorous about it. "But the absence of a trial is a documented fact. I've had the Wisengamot records. Sirius Black was arrested, identified as a Death Eater by survivor testimony, and imprisoned within 48 hours. No formal proceedings. No examination under Veritaserum." He set the parchment down. "Which means either the ministry was so certain of his guilt that process seemed unnecessary, or they needed someone convicted quickly," Harry said. "And he was convenient." Strange looked at him. "Yes." Harry picked up his toast. He ate half of it while thinking, which was a Tony habit. The mechanical business of eating is something to do while the mind ran at a different level. Then he set it down and said, "What does he want?" "To speak with you," Strange said. "He says there are things about your parents he can tell you that no one else can. Things about the night they died." He paused. He says he was their secret keeper first, and that he suggested the switch to Pettigrew because he thought Pettigrew was safer, less obvious, and that the decision has been the thing he lives with. The kitchen was quiet. Outside the New York morning was grey and cold, the city going about its business in the indifferent way cities had, and inside the sanctum's kitchen the parchment sat on the table between them and Harry looked at it and felt something he'd been managing very carefully for 7 years, the careful management of a piece of himself he'd learned not to require answers about because requiring answers led to pain and pain led nowhere. He wasn't sure that was still the right management strategy. "I want to meet him," Harry said. Strange nodded. He'd already known this was coming. Harry could see that in the way the nod was ready before the sentence was finished. "I thought you would." "Tony needs to know," Harry said. "Yes," Strange said. "I've sent him the summary already." Harry looked at the parchment. "Can you get him out?" Strange paused. "Out of Azkaban. If he's innocent," Harry said. "If the evidence supports what he's saying, can you get him out?" Legally would require a Wiesengemot hearing," Strange said. "Which requires a formal petition, testimony, veritaserum confirmation." He paused. "It also requires someone with the standing to bring the petition." "I have standing." "Tony has standing in the non-magical legal system, we'd need to determine jurisdiction." He looked at Harry. "It would be a fight." "I know," Harry said. "Is it a fight worth having?" Strange looked at him, the clear, direct look that Harry had been receiving for 7 years, the one that never softened the thing it was seeing but was never unkind about seeing it. "He's the last living person who knew your parents well," Strange said. "Whatever else he is or isn't, yes. It's a fight worth having." "Then let's go meet him first," Harry said. Tony landed in New York that afternoon in the Iron Man suit, which he'd been doing increasingly often since he'd modified the transit systems and which Strange still objected to on the grounds of atmospheric visibility and which Harry privately thought was at least partially about Tony finding excuses to make the suit part of normal life. He came in through the sanctum's upper window. Strange had modified the wards to accommodate this without commenting on it, which Harry considered one of the more eloquent gestures in the history of their arrangement, and decanted from the suit in the upper room and came down to the kitchen in jeans and a t-shirt and his coffee mug from the Malibu workshop, which he'd apparently transported through an aircraft in a suit of armor for unclear reasons. He sat across from Harry at the kitchen table and looked at the parchment and said nothing for 30 seconds. "Innocent," Tony said. "Possibly," Strange said, from the counter where he was making tea. "We meet him and verify." "How do you verify that someone didn't commit a crime they've been convicted of for 11 years? Tony said. "Veritaserum," Harry said. "The wizarding equivalent of a polygraph, but significantly more reliable. You can't resist it with a clemency unless you've trained for decades." He paused. "Strange can administer it." Tony looked at Strange. "I have the qualifications," Strange said. "The ministry's certification process is less comprehensive than Camartage's, but the methodology is the same." "You're qualified to administer wizarding truth serum," Tony said. "I'm qualified in 47 separate magical disciplines," Strange said. "Truth serum administration is considerably less impressive than most of them." Tony looked at his coffee mug. "Every time," he said. "Every time I think I know the full list." "The list is long," Strange said pleasantly. Harry looked at both of them, these two people who had been arguing variations of this argument for 7 years, and felt the specific warm weight of something he never tried to put into precise language because it didn't need to be precise to be real. "We meet him in person," Harry said. "I've been looking for a way into Azkaban since November." Strange, the portal geometry for Azkaban's wards. "Exploitable," Strange said. "The wards were designed in 1718. The ward architecture predates several developments in portal theory that I can navigate around." He paused. "It's not a recommended destination." "We're not going for the atmosphere," Harry said. Azkaban was worse than the descriptions. Harry had read the accounts, the Dementors, the cold, the psychological weight of a place designed to extract happiness as a structural function. He'd trained against the effects with Strange, had the specific counter-technique that wasn't quite a Patronus but was closer to Strange's meditation method for maintaining psychic integrity in hostile magical environments, and the channeling rings provided an additional buffer. He was still not prepared for the actual quality of the place. Strange held the portal open from the shore. Tony came in the suit, not Iron Man, no weapons, but the suit's environmental systems providing a complete separation from the ambient atmosphere of the prison in a way that Harry found suddenly and intensely grateful for, because Tony, whose demons ran deep and specific and whose relationship to captivity carried its own freight from a cave in Afghanistan, needed that buffer more than any of them had said out loud. Harry walked in. He found Sirius Black in the far wing, in a cell that was 6 feet by 8, a dimension Harry's body remembered before his mind registered the comparison, and sat on the floor with his back against the wall, thin in a way that went beyond body and into something structural, the thinness of a person who had been gradually hollowed out. His hair was long and matted and the eyes were what mattered. They were gray and still too sharp, still carrying something that the Dementors hadn't managed to reach, some core of a person that had refused, across 11 years, to simply stop. He looked at Harry through the bars and his face did something complicated and involuntary, the complexity of a man seeing the child of his best friends for the first time and having entirely too many feelings about it and no reserve left to manage them with. "Harry," he said. His voice was rough, underused. "Sirius," Harry said. He sat on the floor of the corridor, cross-legged, level with the man in the cell. Strange was behind him, Tony further back. "I'm going to ask you some questions. You don't have to answer under Veritaserum if you'd rather not, but I'm going to need to know what happened. All of it." Sirius looked at him. His gray eyes moved over Harry's face with the attention of someone looking for something specific, James, maybe, or Lily, or whatever he'd expected and was finding differently arranged than expected. "You look like James," he said. "But the eyes are Lily's." A pause. "Who are you?" "I know who they've told me you are, but, who are you, actually?" Harry held his gaze. "I'm the person who's read your trial transcript and noticed there isn't one," he said. "I'm the person who tracked the Pettigrew discrepancy in the Aura report from November 1, 1981, and found 17 inconsistencies in 6 hours of research in March." He paused. "I'm the person who thinks you've been in here for 11 years for something you didn't do. And I'm the person with the resources to get you out if I'm right." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Something moved through his expression, too complex to fully read, grief and relief and exhaustion and the particular quality of a person encountering something they'd stopped allowing themselves to hope for. "Veritaserum," he said. "Yes. I'll take it." Strange administered it with clinical precision and no ceremony, and Harry asked the questions, the secret keeper arrangement, the switch to Pettigrew, the night of October 31, the confrontation the following day, the explosion, the missing finger, the scene that everyone had interpreted as Sirius Black murdering 13 people and had never questioned because the Ministry needed it to be simple. Sirius answered every question. All of it held. Harry looked at Strange when it was done. Strange gave him the small, precise nod that meant the Veritaserum was effective and the testimony is reliable. Harry looked at Sirius Black, this man who had been his parents' best friend, who had been innocent for 11 years, who was sitting in a cell in the worst place in Britain because one person had made a fatal miscalculation about who to trust. "Peter Pettigrew is an animagus," Harry said. "A rat. He's been hiding in plain sight." He paused. "I know where he is." Sirius stared at him. "How could you possibly?" "Because I do my research," Harry said, "and because Strange identified his magical signature in the Weasley family home 3 months ago when we were investigating a separate matter." He looked at Sirius steadily. "He's been living with a wizarding family as their pet rat for 10 years. The silence in the corridor was absolute. Sirius looked at Harry with the expression of someone receiving information so long awaited that it had stopped feeling receivable. "I'm going to get you out," Harry said. Not a promise in the performed sense, a statement of a planned operational outcome. It'll take a few weeks. Strange is going to petition the Wizengamot. Tony's going to make the non-magical legal framework very uncomfortable for anyone who tries to obstruct. And we're going to produce Peter Pettigrew. Sirius looked at Tony, at the far end of the corridor. Tony raised a hand. Tony Stark, he said. Harry's dad. We're getting you out. Sirius looked at Harry. Your dad, he said. One of them, Harry said. He glanced back at Strange. There are two. Sirius looked at Strange. Then back at Harry. Then at the floor. He was quiet for a moment that had a lot of things moving through it. James would have found this very funny, he said, and the first real thing that was almost a smile moved across his face, painful and genuine at once. Tony Stark and the Sorcerer Supreme. I've heard that from several people, Harry said. What was he like? The question landed softly. Sirius looked at him, the weight of it, what it meant, what it was asking. He was the best person I knew, Sirius said. Brave and infuriating and loyal past all reason. He paused. He would have been very proud of you. Harry didn't perform anything with this. He let it sit where it landed, let it be what it was, and looked at Sirius Black through the bars with the steadiness of someone who had been raised to face hard things without flinching. Then let's get you out of here, he said. So you can tell me more. Peter Pettigrew was captured on a Tuesday. Strange opened a portal to the Weasley garden, because Strange had confirmed the signature and because Tony had the containment device and because Harry had the argument that this needed to be witnessed by someone with credibility in the wizarding legal community. Which was why he'd called McGonagall the night before and explained enough of the situation that she'd arrived at the sanctum at 7 in the morning with her tartan traveling robes and an expression of concentrated attention. Ron watched from the kitchen window of the burrow as his pet rat, 12 years old and still somehow alive, which he'd apparently never questioned, was summoned from the garden by Strange with a precision that suggested the rat had approximately no say in the matter, and held in a containment field while Harry approached, crouched down, and spoke. Not to the rat. To what was in the rat. Peter Pettigrew, Harry said, at conversational volume, in the Weasley garden in the February cold with the gnomes watching from behind the hedge. We know what you are. You're going to resume your human form now, in front of witnesses, and this is going to be the part where you face what you did. Or, he paused, you can make this complicated, and I'll have Strange do it for you, and you'll face what you did in a considerably worse position. The rat trembled in the containment field. Then it changed. Ron made a sound from the kitchen window. McGonagall, standing behind Harry, made no sound but her expression tightened with the specific quality of a person receiving confirmation of something they'd hoped to be wrong about. Pettigrew was small, watery-eyed, the kind of person who looked like they'd been frightened for so long that the fright had become the face. He looked at Harry with eyes that were assessing even now, calculating, looking for the angle, the exit, the possible version of this that worked in his favor. He found nothing to work with. Harry's expression gave him nothing to work with, no hatred to appeal to, no mercy to exploit, no dramatic confrontation energy to redirect. Just a 12-year-old looking at him with calm, clear, complete attention. 12 years, Harry said. My parents. Sirius Black. 13 people in a street. All of it. He stood up. McGonagall, would you take custody? The Wizengamot petition is already filed. Sirius Black's hearing is in 3 weeks. McGonagall stepped forward. Her wand was already in her hand. With considerable pleasure, she said. The Wizengamot hearing was a battle. Not physically. Politically, institutionally, bureaucratically, the kind of battle that Strange was genuinely better at than Tony, because Strange had spent years navigating the magical world's power structures and had a diplomat's understanding of how to apply pressure at structural points while appearing to do nothing aggressive. He filed the petition with the support of 17 character witnesses, the Veritaserum testimony documented and certified, the Pettigrew capture witnessed by a Hogwarts professor and a ministry-licensed containment specialist. He appeared before the Wizengamot in his Sorcerer Supreme robes, which he did deliberately, because the office carried weight in the wizarding world and Strange had no interest in leaving weight on the table when it was warranted. Tony submitted 12 separate non-magical legal documents that had no direct bearing on the Wizengamot proceedings but which created a paper trail in the international human rights framework that made the case for Sirius Black's unlawful imprisonment visible to legal bodies the wizarding world technically didn't acknowledge and practically couldn't ignore. Harry sat in the gallery. He watched Dumbledore speak for Sirius Black, something that had required a 3-hour conversation between Harry and Dumbledore in January, a conversation in which Harry had laid out the evidence and Dumbledore had spent 40 minutes in the particular silence of a man who had believed something for 11 years and was now reconstructing. What Dumbledore had done in response was, Harry thought, the most meaningful indicator of who he actually was under the calculation. He had picked up the phone, metaphorically, and called in every favor he had. He testified for 30 minutes and dismantled the original conviction's evidentiary basis with the methodical authority of a man who had sat on the Wizengamot for 40 years and understood exactly which structural supports the case had been built on. It took 4 hours. Sirius Black was acquitted by a margin of 31-7. The first thing Sirius did outside the Wizengamot chamber was look up at the London sky for a long time without speaking. Harry stood beside him and let him. Tony was 2 steps back, Strange beside Tony, and none of them said anything because nothing was required and the moment wasn't theirs. After 2 minutes Sirius looked down. His eyes were very bright and he was doing something with his jaw that suggested the management of feeling was requiring active effort. He looked at Harry. "Thank you," he said. "You shouldn't have been in there," Harry said. "That's not thanks-worthy. That's just fixing something broken." Sirius smiled, fully, for the first time Harry had seen, and it changed his face into something that still carried the 11 years but also carried something older, something that had been there before the prison and was reasserting itself now. He looked like a person who had once been vivid and was starting to remember how. "James definitely would have liked you," Sirius said. "You keep saying that," Harry said. "Tell me something specific." Sirius looked at him. Then he told him about the time James Potter had charmed all of Peeves' ammunition to redirect toward Peeves himself and spent 3 days in detention writing "I will not enchant poltergeist projectiles with a quill that sprayed glitter." Harry listened and thought about his father, the real one, the one who had existed as a person rather than a legacy, and let himself feel the specific weight of something absent that was also, in some way, present. Then Sirius said, "The prophecy." The word landed differently than it usually did. "Yes," Harry said. "Dumbledore told you," Sirius said. "Dumbledore told me in January," Harry said. "When we had the full conversation." Sirius looked at him carefully. "And?" Harry looked at the London street, the indifferent traffic, the grey February light, the city and its vast unconcern with wizarding matters or prophecies or 11-year injustices being corrected. "The prophecy says neither can live while the other survives," he said. "It was made before I was born. It's been the organizing principle of Voldemort's strategy and Dumbledore's counter-strategy for 12 years. He paused. "What it doesn't account for is choice." Sirius waited. "A prophecy describes what is likely," Harry said. "Or what has been set in motion. It doesn't describe what's inevitable unless you allow it to be. The whole system, Voldemort's choices, Dumbledore's planning, the sacrificial architecture Dumbledore built around me, it all assumes the prophecy is a fixed point." He looked at Sirius. "I don't think it is." "You're 12, Sirius said, which contained genuine admiration and also genuine concern and also something that was trying to be humor and mostly making it. "Yes," Harry said. "And I have 5 identified Horcruxes left to destroy, a Dark Lord in an uncertain state of reconstruction, and a prophecy that says I'm the one who ends it." He looked at Sirius steadily. "So I'm going to need to be very efficient about the next few years." Sirius stared at him. Tony appeared at Harry's shoulder. The Horcrux in Little Hangleton, he said. Strange has the location triangulated. I know, Harry said. There's a problem with the ring, Tony said. The curse on it, Harry said. Yes. There's a killing curse bound into the protection. Whoever picks up the ring without the correct counter-protocol dies. Tony looked at him. And you know the counter-protocol. Strange and I developed it in January, Harry said. 3-step binding dissolution. Channeling rings run the frequency disruption, Strange does the suppression, I handle the physical contact. He paused. We need to do it before summer. Can I help? Sirius said. Harry and Tony both looked at him. Sirius looked slightly surprised by his own question. Then resolute. I've been useless for 11 years, he said. I'm done being useless. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then, do you know the Gaunt family land? I know roughly where it is, Sirius said. James and I looked into the Gaunt history in 6th year, following the riddle thread, trying to understand Voldemort's origins. He paused. We were 16 and thought we were very clever. You were, Harry said. You just didn't have the full picture. Sirius made a sound. No, he said. We didn't. The ring was collected in April. Strange and Harry and Tony, with Sirius as location guide and structural backup, he'd recovered quickly from Azkaban, which Strange attributed to the Animagus transformation being a circuit breaker for Dementor-induced deterioration, the animal form less vulnerable than the human to the psychological extraction mechanism. He was still thin but moving like himself now, the particular energy of a person who had always been vivid reasserting through the recovery. The Gaunt shack was in a state of deliberate dereliction, the magical protection on it was significant, layered, the ring at the center of a curse web that Strange mapped for 20 minutes before he was satisfied he understood the architecture. 3 protective layers before the ring itself, Strange said. The outer layer is a standard intruder deterrent. The middle layer is an object-binding curse, it'll attempt to force anyone who touches the ring to put it on. The inner layer is the killing curse binding. He paused. The binding is different from a cast curse, it's sustained, passive, the magical equivalent of a pressure plate. Contact with the ring triggers it. The counter-protocol, Harry said. I run the suppression on the outer 2 layers simultaneously, Strange said. You run the frequency disruption through the channeling rings on the binding while I suppress. Tony provides the field isolation so the disruption doesn't propagate outward. He looked at Harry. The timing window for physical contact is approximately 4 seconds after the binding frequency drops below threshold. 4 seconds, Harry said. 4 seconds, Strange confirmed. Tony looked at the shack. And if something goes wrong during those 4 seconds? The killing curse binding activates, Strange said. Which is why nothing goes wrong during those 4 seconds. Tony looked at Strange. That's your version of a safety guarantee. That's my version of a performance expectation, Strange said. They're different. They really aren't in this context, Tony said. Tony, Harry said. I'm focused, Tony said. He put the suit's field isolation system online, not the full armor, the gauntlet and the chest piece with the miniaturized arc reactor running the containment field, the same technology that had been integrated with Strange's binding architecture since the summer modification. Ready. Strange raised both hands. The cloak of levitation spread behind him. The channeling rings on Harry's hands went gold. On 3, Strange said. 1. Harry breathed. 2. The air above the shack changed, Strange suppression field going active, massive and precise, the outer curse layers folding under the pressure. 3. Harry moved. The channeling rings hit the binding frequency and disrupted it, the 4-second window opening like a door, and Harry's hand closed on the ring and the sword was already in his other hand, the venom-imbibed blade descending, the binding frequency spiked. The 4 seconds weren't 4 seconds. Something in the curse web had a failsafe. Strange's voice, immediate and level. "Harry, I have it," Harry said, and he did, the rings redirecting, the frequency spike absorbed into the disruption field rather than propagating outward, the venom on the blade already making contact with the ring's surface, the resurrection stone set in it catching the light for one moment, showing Harry nothing, because he wasn't looking for what the stone offered and never had been, and the Horcrux in it came apart. The frequency died. The curse web collapsed. Harry set the ring down on the ground and stepped back, and the channeling rings cooled from gold to their resting state. Tony's field isolation powered down. Strange lowered his hands. Sirius, from the perimeter where Harry had positioned him, said, "Is that it?" "That's it," Harry said. Strange walked forward and crouched beside the destroyed ring. He studied it for a moment, the stone cracked now, the gold blackened, the soul fragment gone. "Two," he said. "Two," Harry agreed. Tony put his hand on Harry's shoulder, and Harry felt the familiar weight of it, and didn't make anything of it, and didn't need to. Voldemort moved in June. Harry had been expecting it. The reconstruction timeline Strange had built from the Quirrell encounter and the Horcrux degradation and the intelligence network Harry had been quietly assembling since second year suggested a window between May and August. The magical restoration process required specific astronomical alignments and specific components, and the alignment in late June was the best available for 3 years. The location was the Riddle Graveyard in Little Hangleton. The intelligence came from a source Harry had been cultivating since March, a Death Eater whose motivations were not ideological but transactional and whose value had been demonstrated 3 times before Harry asked for anything significant in return. The specific date came from a Hogwarts professor who had access to information they weren't supposed to have and who Harry had quietly and completely flipped in February through a combination of evidence and an offer they found more compelling than continued loyalty to a losing position. Harry told Dumbledore. He told him everything, the date, the location, the ritual, the reconstruction method. He told him because Dumbledore's resources were real and the cooperation between them since January had been genuinely productive, because Dumbledore had stood up in the Wisengamot for Sirius Black and had meant it, because the relationship between them had shifted from chess to something more honest. Dumbledore listened. And then he said something Harry hadn't expected. "I believe you should face him," Dumbledore said. "Not because the prophecy requires it. Because you've earned the standing, and because you understand him in ways I no longer do. He's been evolving in response to you for 2 years." He paused. "But not alone." "I know," Harry said. "Not with just your fathers," Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him. "The Order," Dumbledore said. "I'm reconvening it. Proper operational coordination. Not management, coordination." He held Harry's gaze. "I want you at the table." Harry considered this for a long moment. Then, "Equal standing." "Equal standing," Dumbledore said. "And full information sharing," Harry said. "No pieces moved without consensus." Dumbledore paused. It cost him something, the pausing, the agreement, the accommodation of a model where he was not the sole architect. Harry watched it cost him and didn't push. Dumbledore had made significant movement since January and the movement was real. Some changes took time to complete. "Full information sharing," Dumbledore said. "Then yes," Harry said. The night of June 21st. The Little Hangleton graveyard at midnight, the sky cloudless, the stars extremely bright. And Harry standing at the graveyard gate with Tony on his left and Strange on his right and Sirius behind him and the Order positioned across the surrounding landscape in a coordination that had taken 3 weeks to plan and which Harry had overseen with Strange's patience and Tony's operational specificity and the particular synthesis that was his own. He'd been in the graveyard for 2 hours already, alone, before the others arrived. Not waiting. Preparing, running the resonance map, marking the ritual site, understanding the space. The Riddle family grave was at the center, large and old, the name carved deep. Harry had read the Riddle history in November. He understood what stood in the grave. He understood what Tom Riddle had run from and what Voldemort had become in the running. He'd left flowers on the grave. Not for Voldemort. For Tom Riddle, whose beginning had been in some ways not unlike Harry's own, the orphan, the strange ability, the world that didn't know what to do with him. The difference between them was the choices made at the specific junctures where choice was possible. Harry had made different ones. He intended to keep doing so. When Tony arrived in the suit, Iron Man now, the full armor, because tonight was not a civilian night, he looked at the flowers on the Riddle grave and said nothing. When Strange arrived through a portal, he looked at the flowers and said, "Lily Evans always left flowers." Harry looked at him. "You didn't tell me that." "I'm telling you now," Strange said. Sirius came through the portal after Strange, in full Animagus-ready stance, the wand in hand, the particular readiness of a man who had been waiting 11 years to be useful and had no intention of wasting the opportunity. The ritual began at midnight. Harry felt it before he saw it, the resonance of the process, the reconstruction magic gathering at the ritual site with the particular density of something drawing on multiple power sources simultaneously. The cauldron, the components, the magic of the ritual site itself. He let it proceed. Strange had asked him why, in the planning. Harry had said, because a partially reconstructed Voldemort is more dangerous than no Voldemort. He needs to be complete enough to be permanently addressed. Strange had agreed. Tony had not loved this reasoning but had acknowledged its logic. Voldemort rose from the cauldron at 12:47. He rose the way a force of nature rises, with the specific quality of something that had been compressed beyond all natural limits and was now, suddenly, decompressing. Tall, pale to the point of whiteness, the features that had once belonged to a handsome young man restructured by decades of magical extremity into something that had given up the pretense of human softness. The red eyes. The flat nose. The hands with their two long fingers. He looked at the graveyard with the particular expression of something that had expected to wake up alone and had found company. His eyes found Harry. "You're here," Voldemort said. Not surprise, recognition. The sound of a strategy encountering its assumption. "I've been here 2 hours," Harry said. "I wanted to understand the space." A pause. "You knew when," Voldemort said. "I knew when and where and the ritual components," Harry said. "I let it proceed because I needed you complete. Partially reconstructed, you're unpredictable and more difficult to address permanently. Complete, you're a specific problem with a specific solution." Voldemort looked at him with the red eyes and the expression of someone recalibrating in real time. "Where are your—" He looked at Tony, at Strange, at Sirius visible between the headstones. "Your family." "Here," Harry said. "But this part is mine." Tony's voice in his earpiece, "Harry." "I know," Harry said aloud, which served both the earpiece and Voldemort. "You've destroyed 2 of my Horcruxes," Voldemort said. He already knew, of course he knew, the network of them was something he could feel the absence in. "You know about the others." "I know about all of them," Harry said. "The ring and the diary are gone. The locket is in the sanctum. Strange retrieved it in March and we destroyed it with the sword 2 weeks ago." He watched Voldemort's expression. "The cup is in Gringotts, which we're going to address through the goblin legal framework rather than a break-in, which is a longer process but leaves better relationships in its wake. The diadem is in the room of requirement at Hogwarts." He paused. "And there's the matter of the one I'm not going to state aloud in this graveyard." Voldemort went very still. He knew. The red eyes showing, briefly, the thing beneath the long performance of invincibility, the actual calculation of a man who had structured his entire existence around the certainty of his own continuation and was now encountering someone who had mapped that certainty completely. "You can't destroy that one," Voldemort said. "Without destroying yourself." "I know," Harry said. "I'm aware of what happened when the killing curse bounced." He met the red eyes without flinching. "I'm also aware that there are ways to remove a soul fragment from a living host that don't require the host's death. Strange has been working on the methodology for 3 months." He paused. It's going to be deeply unpleasant. But it's survivable. Voldemort looked at him for a long moment. The assessment in it was real, the intelligence that had been there before the choices that destroyed it was still partially present, still capable of recognizing when a position had no good moves. "You're 12 years old," Voldemort said. "Yes," Harry said. "And you've dismantled everything," Voldemort said. "Not everything," Harry said. 3 Horcruxes remain, plus the fragment in me. You're standing in a graveyard with the Order of the Phoenix around the perimeter, my father in Iron Man armor, and the Sorcerer Supreme 20 feet to my right." He paused. "But I want to give you the opportunity to make a different choice than you made last time." Silence. The June night very still. "A choice," Voldemort said. "Surrender," Harry said. "The Wisengamot, Veritaserum, a trial that actually happens. You answer for what you've done. The remaining Horcruxes are destroyed safely." He paused. "Or we do this the other way." Voldemort looked at him across the graveyard, this 12-year-old in the June dark who had arrived at the ritual site 2 hours early and left flowers on a grave and was now offering him something that no one had ever thought to offer because no one had ever imagined he'd be in a position where receiving it was the logical move. "You mean it," Voldemort said. Genuinely surprised. "You actually mean it." "I mean everything I say," Harry said. "Strange finds it occasionally exhausting." "I find it efficient," Strange said, from 20 feet to the right. Voldemort's expression moved through several things very quickly. The red eyes went to Strange. To Tony. To the perimeter where the Order was positioned. Back to Harry. "You prepared for both outcomes," Voldemort said. "Always," Harry said. "The choice," Voldemort said. "You're giving me the choice because you were Tom Riddle first," Harry said. "And Tom Riddle made choices at 17 that didn't have to be the choices they were. You've been running from that for 60 years. He held the red gaze. "It hasn't worked." The silence lasted 23 seconds. Harry counted. Then Voldemort raised his wand. Harry had the gauntlet up and the channeling rings active before the first curse left the wand, not a single action but a simultaneous one, the synthesis he and Strange had been building toward for 3 years fully expressed, the arc reactor and the mystic arts not running parallel but genuinely merged, the output of the gauntlet carrying the resonance layer and the resonance layer amplifying and redirecting with the precision of 6 years of training behind it. The curse hit the combined field and scattered. What followed wasn't a duel. It was a demonstration. Voldemort was powerful, genuinely, structurally, in a way that reflected 60 years of magical study and a capacity that had been real even before the Horcruxes. Harry acknowledged this. He'd acknowledged it in every planning session, had built his approach around it, had never underestimated it. He was also powerful. Genuinely, structurally, in a way that reflected 6 years of the most intensive combined training available in any tradition, a hybrid energy system that had no precedent in either magical or technological framework, and the particular advantage of someone who had known this fight was coming and had prepared for it completely rather than counting on improvisation. He matched Voldemort's fourth curse with a combined discharge that was 38% above standard repulsor output and carried a resonance disruption that targeted the specific frequency of Voldemort's magical signature, the same technique he'd used on Quirrell, scaled and refined. Voldemort staggered. The fifth curse, he didn't send. Strange had been waiting, precise, patient, running a suppression field from his position that targeted the wand-to-casting connection, the specific magical channel between intent and expression, and when Voldemort raised his wand for the fifth curse the channel disrupted and the curse didn't form. Voldemort looked at Strange. "I've been disrupting your casting for 40 seconds, Strange said. You've been operating at approximately 60% capacity since the fourth exchange." A pause. "Tony," Harry said. The suit landed. Not aggressively, between Harry and Voldemort, the faceplate up, Tony's face visible inside it, because this was a precision move and Tony knew that the face mattered. "Here's what's happening," Tony said. "You're surrounded. Your magical output is being actively suppressed by someone who was doing this before you were born. My son hit you with something your body doesn't have a defense for. And somewhere above us there is an order of very motivated wizards who have been waiting for this moment for 12 years. He looked at Voldemort with the directness of a man who had stared down worse than this on worse days. Take the deal. Voldemort looked at Harry. Harry looked back. The red eyes were different now, the assessment still running, the intelligence still present, but something underneath it that Harry recognized because Strange had taught him to recognize it. The quality of a person at the end of a road that had no good continuation. The fragment, Voldemort said. In you. If I surrender, you'll remove it. Strange will remove it, Harry said. Yes. And the trial, Voldemort said. You genuinely believe a trial is possible. I believe everything is possible with enough preparation, Harry said. I've been preparing for this specifically for 8 months. Another long silence. Then, with the specific deliberateness of a movement that had cost something, Voldemort lowered his wand. The graveyard was very quiet. Strange said, from behind Harry, well. Tony said, huh. Sirius, from between the headstones, said something in a voice that cracked slightly on the first syllable and then recovered. Harry looked at Voldemort, at Tom Riddle, at the end of a very long road, and felt not triumph but the specific quality of a thing completed, the closing of a loop that had been open his entire life. Thank you, he said. Voldemort looked at him with the red eyes. For what? For choosing, Harry said. The weeks after were complicated in the way that all genuine resolutions were complicated, the work of unwinding something that had been wound tight for 12 years didn't complete cleanly or quickly. The fragment in Harry required 3 sessions with Strange, the methodology Strange had developed painstakingly over 3 months, each session precise and exhausting and successful in ways that changed Harry's resonance signature measurably and left him sleeping for 14 hours afterward. Strange sat with him each time, and Tony sat in the doorway of wherever they were doing it, and Sirius paced the corridor with the energy of a man who had found his purpose and was applying it at maximum capacity. The remaining Horcruxes were addressed across 6 weeks, the Gringotts Cup through a negotiated access agreement with the Goblin Council that took 4 days and Strange's complete fluency in Goblin legal custom, the Diadem through a controlled fiend fire in the Room of Requirement with Tony's containment field preventing the fire from reaching anything outside the specific target, and Nagini through a confrontation that Harry handled alone except for Strange on backup, in a way he chose not to recount in full detail to Tony until afterward. The Wizengamot trial was real and thorough and lasted 11 days. Harry testified on day 3. He told the truth, all of it, in the clear and specific way Strange had taught him and Tony had modeled, and the Wizengamot listened with the particular attention of an institution encountering something that exceeded its existing framework. Voldemort was convicted. The sentence was without possibility of reconstruction. Strange had insisted on and received a specific magical binding that prevented any future Horcrux creation. It wasn't what most people had expected. Most people had expected a war, a final battle, a dramatic confrontation in some recognizable shape. What they got was a 12-year-old who had done his homework and an offer that had been worth making. The last evening of the school year. Harry sat on the roof of the Gryffindor Tower, accessible via a passage the Marauder's map had shown him in October and which he'd been using since November to reach a piece of sky that was entirely his, with the communication mirror in his lap and the channeling rings warm on his fingers and the June night open above him. He tapped the mirror. Tony picked up immediately, the workshop visible behind him, the Mark 12 and partial assembly on the main bench. He looked at Harry and his expression had the open quality, the armor fully down, the face he'd been wearing more often lately, the face that meant things were settled enough to be felt. Last night? Tony said. Last night, Harry said. Train home tomorrow. Tony was quiet for a moment. How are you? Harry considered the question. The honest version of it, which Tony always asked for and Strange always waited for. He looked at the June sky, vast and indifferent and also somehow present, the way the best things were simultaneously vast and present, and thought about the graveyard and the fragment and the 3 sessions with Strange and the particular quality of himself now, different from the self that had started the year, different in ways he was still mapping. "Good," he said. "Genuinely." "Yeah." "The fragment is gone," Harry said. "The last one." Strange confirmed it on Thursday. "My resonance signature is," he paused, "clear. For the first time." He paused again. "I didn't know it was supposed to feel different. I didn't have a comparison point. But it feels very different." Tony was quiet for a moment in the way of someone feeling something they didn't intend to perform. Then, "That's, yeah. Okay. Good. I know," Harry said. Strange's voice came from off-screen. "Are you going to tell him the other thing?" Harry looked at the mirror. "Were you listening?" "I've been in the room for 4 minutes," Strange said. "You're going to tell him, or I'm going to tell him." Tony looked off-screen. "Tell me what?" Harry exhaled. "McGonagall approached me on Wednesday," he said. "About next year. She's been talking to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore's been talking to some people in the Wizengamot. There's a proposal to restructure the advanced curriculum at Hogwarts. Create a track that actually accounts for non-standard magical development. Cross-disciplinary. Practical integration of magical theory with non-magical scientific frameworks." He paused. "She asked me to help design it." Silence from Tony. "She asked me," Harry continued, "and I said yes." More silence. "While," Harry added, "also finishing my standard curriculum, continuing my training with Strange, continuing the Arc Reactor Resonance Project, and," he paused, "Sirius has offered to teach me the animagus process." Tony stared at the mirror. "You're going to have an animagus form?" "Potentially," Harry said. "The assessment process takes months." Strange thinks my form would be something. His word was unprecedented. He looked very pleased when he said it. "I was not pleased," Strange said, off-screen. "I was interested." "You were pleased," Harry said. "I was intellectually engaged," Strange said. "Tony," Harry said. "Say something." Tony looked at him through the mirror. The workshop behind him, the Mark 12 on the bench, the Malibu evening light. He looked like himself, fully like himself, no management, no armor, and he said, "You're going to change everything, you know that?" "I know," Harry said. "Not just the wizarding world," Tony said. "Everything. The way the two worlds relate to each other. The way people think about what power is and where it comes from and who gets to use it." He paused. "You're 12. "I'm aware," Harry said. "You going to let us help?" Tony said. Harry looked at him through the mirror on a rooftop in Scotland under the June stars, and felt 7 years in the question, the workshop and the sanctum and the hot chocolate and the apple rising 2 inches from a table in a Dursley kitchen, and said, "I'm always going to let you help." Strange appeared at the mirror's edge. He looked at Harry with the expression he rarely showed, the one underneath the precision, the one that had been building since a London flat in 2005 when a 5-year-old had asked, "Are you going to keep me?" and Strange had said yes and meant it with the completeness of someone saying something they hadn't planned to feel and found they felt entirely. "Next year," Strange said. "Next year," Harry said. "Don't blow up the tower," Tony said. "I've never blown up anything I didn't intend to blow up," Harry said. "That's somehow not reassuring," Tony said. Harry smiled, Tony's smile, on his father's face, looking like his mother's eyes, and closed the mirror and sat for a while longer in the June dark above Hogwarts, the castle settled and present beneath him, the vast sky above, and the particular quality of someone at the beginning of something enormous who knows it and is not afraid. Below him, the school turned toward sleep. Above him, the stars ran on. He sat between them, and thought about next year, and was entirely ready.